Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland. My mic is too low, and we are back here in Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Trials and Tribulations. Just starting the Part 3 investigation. We had just finished the trial, and it all seemed to be going well until a murder does happened. So, the murder does happened. So, you know, I'm glad we found the urn and all, but poor Mr. Delight got arrested again. Well, supposedly Mr. Delight was on the CEO's in the CEO's office when the murder occurred. No way, Jose! I don't buy it. But the one who proved that Mr. Delight was there was Mr. Nick himself, at least from what I can understand. Looks like you did too good of a job this time, Nick. Well, how about we get started looking into the KB security murder? I think I'm going to head back to Korean Village for a little while, if that's alright. Yeah, she did too much in the previous case. She needs a break. Fine. Sure, but why? I'm going to bring the secret urn back and have some people take a look at it. Ah! You mean the definitely fake secret urn? Yeah, you should probably do that, actually. You should definitely do that. Oh, it's a good idea. I think I'll go with... No, Mr. Maya, you should stay here. I want you two to spend some special quality time together, full of love and happiness. She means well. She means well. Pearls is so caught up in her fantasy she forgot there's a murder to solve. Yeah, secret urn given to Pearls. The definitely for real, super real urn. Now remember, no fighting, okay? She's gone. Okay, Nick, time to get going on this murder investigation. I like how there's apparently enough murder in this town that we constantly are just on helping solve murder cases, but we'll just let a small child with an absolutely priceless urn wander the streets to the train station up to a remote village, and that's okay. No questions asked, it's fine. But murder happens a lot around here, right? Sure, it's fine. So, what do we do now? Isn't it obvious? We should get out there and investigate the murder! Well, first we need to find out exactly where KB Security is located. Hey, why don't we ask Miss Delight? She should know. Besides, I want to ask her some stuff about motorcycles. Motorcycles? You're not thinking of getting one, are you? Not the same little Maya who used to be happy with her dinky little bike, Nicky boy. Wow. Speaking of asking around, I got a few questions of my own from Mr. Delight. Okay, well, let's make sure to go to the detention center too. You must be relieved we got the secret urn back, huh? You bet. But there's something a little different about it. Yeah, no kidding, it's fake. Or it got dropped again and reassembled the right way? I guess is a possibility. I'm assuming it's a fake, but I could be mistaken. Oh, huh? At me? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I mean, take a look at this. I mean, it clearly says I am on the urn in the poster. The urn we got back says Ami, like it always used to. Oh yeah, you're right. Plus, the vase has pink splotches on it now. Sure they weren't there before. It doesn't know, but 1 year ago, when the urn was broken, the repair accidentally turned Mystic Ami's name into I am. And that repairer was one mechanically unskilled little Pearls. But still, I don't remember ever seeing pink splotches on it. Possible that urn is a fake? Sure, Pearls will find out about that once she gets back to Korean Village. Yeah, I suppose. Now that I think about it, Maya hasn't been back to Korean Village in a long time. So, I guess people still go to Korean Village to do their training, right? Yep. If you want to become a spirit medium, you need to undergo severe training. So why haven't you been training lately, Maya? Well, lately I've been thinking of heading to a channeling dojo to do just that. Channeling dojo, huh? Sounds pretty serious, whatever that is. Excuse me. If you're going to train, you have to be serious, otherwise real tragedies can happen. Is what happened last year still bothering you? I mean, you were literally set up. That murder in our village happened because the power of channeling was misused. No. It happened because somebody wanted to set you up so their family could be the #1 family. Nothing channeling related happened. You were literally like knocked out, put in a box, and then somebody smoke and mirrored the rest of it and killed a man. But you know, when a medium uses current technique, she temporarily loses her own will. So when an especially strong spirit is summoned, the spirit medium can get taken over and even forced to commit terrible acts. What's worse, in those cases, the spirit medium has no memory of what happened. It didn't happen, though, that murder. It wasn't your fault, Maya. You know that, don't you? What do you mean you suppose not? Even if we ignore the spirit medium sense of things, that wasn't you. You were knocked out, put in a box, and someone else did the thing. Guess I'm still a bit shaken up, that's all. Sounds like being the master of Korean is going to be a heavy responsibility. Well, yeah. Kinda doubt there's anything here right now, but... Treasure of Korean exhibit is all ruined now. Wow. Sorry, it's just so sad. This is our big chance for everyone to learn about spirit channeling. Maybe I can cheer her up somehow. Well, now that we've got the sacred urn back, maybe they can reopen it? Really? Sure, maybe we can label the urn of mass to mass desires. That would probably attract a lot of attention. Whoa! Whoa, whoa! That's brilliant, Nick. We could clean up and be filthy rich. Woohoo! Wow, that was surprisingly easy. Also, hey Seven, how's it going? Welcome back to Land of the Chat. How you doing tonight? Welcome to Objection, the game. It went quickly from, oh, an urn was stolen to a murder happened. So we helped solve the case of the urn, we think, but now the murder. So, yeah, you know. I really don't think there's anything else we need from here, but... Oh, hey. Oh, it's you, Mr. Wright. It's Andrews. She's still hanging around down here for it, and she looks, it's always a murder. That's why it was really weird that it wasn't a murder in the first part of this trial, because it turned into a murder. So, how's it going? What about the sacred urn? The urn? Oh, that. It's been taken care of already. What do you mean, oh, that? Taken care of? Do you mean it's been found? Yes. It was brought in during the trial today. Wow, really? You really are the greatest, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright had nothing to do with it. Wow, it was Master Mask's wife that found it. Well, anyway, I'm so relieved. Oh, so she was stressed out looking for it. Alright. She's not a bad person. Just heard all about it on the news. That detective was actually the thief all along. Looks that way right now. It's my fault. I'm the one who ended up hiring Damask to guard the treasures. Don't blame yourself. You were just doing your job. Hey, Nick, if she wants to apologize, you should let her. So, when was it that you hired Detective Atme again? Yeah, about 20 days ago. And when was it that Master Mask's calling card arrived? That was about 10 days ago. So we sent the calling card to the very place he was hired to guard. Guess that's it then. Detective Atme must have really wanted the sacred urn after all. I guess so. What? So Master Mask was murdered someone as well? Well, that's how things look right now. Yes, but I thought that he was here stealing the urn at the time. Well, we're talking about a criminal mastermind, so anything's possible. Nick, let's get down to business already. The night of the theft, you notice anything suspicious about Detective Atme? No, I couldn't have. Everything about him is suspicious. Look at him. From his head to his toes. After all, he was hidden the entire time. I never even caught a glimpse of him. Claims that's the way he always operates. Hidden the entire time. More like, wasn't here. That's what he says, so that he can have an alibi when he commits the theft himself. Yeah, he was caught in the crime scene photo dressed up as Master Mask pretty well. I'm so glad you got your sacred urn back. Yes, but there's still something that bothers me about it. What is it? Not exactly sure. But somehow the urn that came back seems different. Really? You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miss Andrews? No, she definitely doesn't know anything. No, I don't know anything. Why would I? Yeah, clearly knows something. It's like locks. We definitely don't have anything for him yet, but maybe we do. Hold on. do you think this means, Nick? It means the person that holds the secret of the mystery of the sacred urn. It's our very own Miss Andrews. Might as well see what we're working with. I don't think we'll have the answers yet, but we also don't have the other urn with us to present. Miss Andrews, do you know anything about the sacred urn? Do I know anything? I'm in charge of the entire treasure exhibit. The urn that was submitted before the court today. It's obviously not the same urn as before. Well, that's true. Maybe it isn't the same. It could be fake. Fake. Everyone who said it wasn't the same, so that's the most obvious explanation. Do you have any evidence the urn that was submitted to the trial was genuine? Ah, so we gotta wait for Pearls to come back with something. She'll come back with it. So, maybe Miss Andrews fixed it? Or maybe, like, she bumped it and it fell, and then she put it back together the right way? I don't know. But, regardless, I don't think we have anything for that yet. I think as soon as Pearls comes back, we'll have something. But good to know, good to know. Imagine there's not much going on here, since he's, you know... Whoa, this place is literally crawling with cops! What did you expect, now that they know he was actually a master mask? This must be incredibly embarrassing for them, don't you think? Yeah, guess they're trying to make up for it by tearing the place apart. Hey, I just noticed. Gumshoe's nowhere to be seen. Well, he is a homicide detective. He's probably working on the murder case. But wasn't he in charge of the mask-to-mask investigation all the way up to yesterday? Yeah, but let's be honest, as soon as it turned out to be something important, they probably went yoink. When a murder case is, well, the murder case is a lot more exciting, isn't it? You'd say something like, there's nothing like a good murder case, pal. Points for the quality of the impression, but I'm not sure Gumshoe has bloodlust, Maya. Alright, so it's probably, like, I don't visually see anything different, so I'm not going to spend my time looking around here unless I have to. October 13th, Master Hideout. Oh, Nicky boy, Maya. Mr. Light, all I wanted to do was help my dear Ronnie. Yes, but I guess it ended up hurting his case. Don't say that, Nick. She doesn't need your help beating herself up. Hey, Nicky boy, please, please help Ronnie. He's not a killer, I swear. My Ronnie wouldn't hurt a fly. Alright, I'll poke around to see what I can find out. Really? Are you serious? Oh, I'm so happy. I knew asking for your help was the right thing to do. I don't know what I can do to help anymore. I had no idea Mr. Light had such a vulnerable side. Who clearly loves her husband. Yeah, let's see what she knows about a few things we need. Listen carefully, Nicky boy. My Ronnie would never ever kill anyone, it's just not in him. I don't think he would either, Nick. Yeah, but you have to admit, he's got a bit of a temper to him. Not that hard to imagine him snapping and screaming, please die! He would never say that. Anyway, Mr. Light, he might not be a killer, but he's still going around saying that he's a thief. I already told you, that's just a fantasy for him. Mr. Light, I hate to say it, but you're the one living in a fantasy world. What? How dare you say that to me, Nicky boy? I know everything about my Ronnie. We don't have any secrets between us. Ronnie isn't the thieving type. He's so honest that he wouldn't even sneak a nap. He's so honest that he wouldn't even steal a glance. A thief, huh? The very idea. Guess I just don't get it. Huh? Get what? Just can't understand how they can be so different and yet be such a happy couple. That's... sometimes opposites attract, it's fine, it's whatever. But that doesn't mean he's a thief or a murderer, though. Yeah, they sure are different. Come on now, Nicky boy, it's not that mysterious, is it? It was love at first sight. For me, anyway. What? For you? I hate these kinds of people more than anything. You mean ace detectives? No, I'm fine with ace detectives. Oh, so then you must mean thieves. No, they're alright too. I just hate thieves that pretend to be ace detectives. That's very specific. There's nothing I hate more than cowardly men. By the way, why did you go to Detective Atmey's office anyway? Well, as the trial went on, I started to get more and more anxious. I went there to try to find out more about the real criminal. The real criminal? Yes, obviously the real Master Mask is not my Ronnie, right? Yeah? And Detective Atmey knew more about Master Mask than anyone else. They mentioned him on the Great People Around Town segment on TV. So then, you went there to ask him some questions? That's right. I'll do whatever it takes to save my man. His secretary said the ace detective isn't in right now, but I forced my way past her and into his hideout. Wouldn't exactly call that office of his a hideout. That bag was sitting right there on top of the table. Oh yeah, we saw that bag there yesterday too. Yes, look at me trying to find out who the mask is. Well, yes. We basically proved that Look at Me is the mask, but now there's a murder. And now that's kind of a murder that we proved that our client was at the time. Which is kind of awkward. To prove that our client was not Master Mask and could not possibly have stolen the urn, we proved that he was talking to the CEO of the security company at the time. She's not listening to that. Don't worry about it. Not important. It may be very long, but it's not very hard. It's kind of like, it's like Luigi's notes. You can kind of like stuff it. Yeah. So we got a not guilty verdict very easily by proving our client was with the CEO of the security company he worked at the time. However, at that exact time, it turns out that the CEO was being murdered in his office, so we now have another problem. A different but tangentially related problem. Can I prove I'm not a murderer? Absolutely. Especially for any murders that happen nightly, except Wednesdays between the hours of 8 p.m. and midnight Eastern Time. I have a fairly strong alibi. There's nothing lower than somebody who would try to pin a crime on someone else. You mean like all criminals? It's true, I played Kiryu in Yakuza, who is also not a murderer. And has murdered nobody ever. Excuse me. Miss DeLate, do you know about KB Security? Don't be silly, of course I do. That's where my Ronnie works. So she thinks he still works there, huh? Yeah, according to what we heard today... Ron quit. He doesn't work there anymore. Looks like Miss DeLate doesn't know. KB Security is only about 20 minutes away, by motorcycle that is. Larry told me it takes 30 minutes by car. Well, I have to admit I tend to fly pretty fast on my bike. Make it to KB Security that fast. Are you sure you aren't literally flying? Yeah. Oh, almost 100% of the things he has ever done has been in self-defense, yes. Why don't I give you a ride sometime? Or better yet, how about now? No, I'll pass, thanks. Why don't you just tell us where it is and we'll go ourselves? What a scaredy cat you are, Nick. Mr. Light told us the location of KB Security. Okay, let's head over there right away, Nick. No, first we have to pry more into her relationship, because there's just differences between her and her husband, so we can't possibly imagine. Like, obviously the best relationship you can ever have is with a clone of yourself, and since there's differences between these people, how could they be happy? I don't get it. It doesn't make any possible sense, so we have to pry further into their relationship, because that's important. So was you really love at first sight when you first met Mr. Delight? Well, maybe not at first sight, but Ronnie saved my life. Saved your life? I was at work one day when two robbers suddenly rushed in. Well, not the kind to just curl into a little ball in a corner, so I fought back. Robbers? Yes, they took me hostage. I was so frightened. They were both carrying these huge knives, and I broke down into tears. Yeah, I would too, if I were in that situation. Oh, I think I get it. Did Mr. Delight come running to save you? Yes, exactly. I remember he looked so handsome in that guard uniform of his. He went right up to those knife-wielding robbers and screamed in their faces. Please stop it! He screamed. The most effective security measure. I could see the robbers' faces turn pale. That high-pitched shriek of his does have a surprisingly strong effect on people. Then, crying and swinging his arms like crazy, he attacked the two robbers. How did he ever get hired as a security guard? Yes, I know exactly the clip you're talking about. It's amazing. All by himself, he came to save me, a total stranger, all by himself. He was so scared that he was crying and shaking, but he still risked his life for me. Wow, that's a great story. Yes, he may not look it, but in a tough situation there's no one better. That's why I fell in love with him like I did. Sniff, sniff, that's so romantic. I'd fall in love too, I guess. Nick, I hope you'll do the same for me if I ever get taken hostage. Maya, that possibility always seems to loom in the not-so-distant future. Wait, what do you mean, if? It's happened already. You were the hostage in the last game. And we did save you, but, you know, legally. That's already happened. Fine, whatever. Oh yeah, it's the past that seems to be a little evasive for her. You know, same. I already told you it's not me. Sad, pitiful whine that tapers into silence. Sounds like they're interrogating Mr. Delay right now. Second game again in full. Oh yeah, definitely. Man, and we don't have enough time as it is. Yeah, well, I guess the police are going crazy just like we are. Yesterday they thought he was just a thief, but now they got a murder case on their hands. Yes, you're right. The guard over there looks a bit on edge too. Come on, we'll just have to come back later. Okay, let's go check out some other place, Nick. October 13th, KB Security CEO's office. So I guess this is where it all went down, huh? The walls in here look thick, just like you'd expect in a CEO's office. All the perfect for murdering. What does that have to do with anything? Hey, it's you guys! Well, the CEO needs to be able to, like, do all their business without being, like, spied on, obviously. It's very important. Especially if you're the CEO of a security company, you'd obviously want your room to be secure. Clearly. Oh, it's Detective Gumshoe. Today was a real train wreck for you guys, huh? What do you mean train wreck? We got our client not guilty for thieving. Sure was, pal. That prosecutor made real fools out of us. Yeah, I feel for you. Wow, it's not like you at all. I thought you'd be more like, oh, that was great. You guys got what you deserved, pal. Or something to that effect. Do I really sound like that to you, pal? The gumshoe fits. Well, anyway. Point is, I can tell when somebody puts their heart into their jobs. And I can sympathize when things don't go your way. Sometimes, I feel like wrong is the only way things go for us detectives. Wow, I had no idea Detective Gumshoe was such a nice guy. This little love fest is over, and maybe we can start investigating. Yeah, we'll talk to him after we look around. Wow, this safe is unbelievable. I bet 4 pearls would fit in there. It's got a bunch of doohickeys attached to it. Pretty amazing, alright? Motion sensors, heat sensors, weight sensors. Hey Nick, come on. Let's open it and take a look. If I broke into one of these, wouldn't that set me down the path of Hoodlumville? Man, imagine opening a safe in Like a Dragon and 4 pearls pop out. I couldn't touch them, they'd be too strong. This rope. You think it fell out of the safe when it was opened? Yes, Maya. I don't think so. So you mean... Yeah, I think this string shows where and how the corpse was lying. You mean... victim? He was killed by being crushed by the safe door? It looks heavy enough to do it. I mean, it does definitely look like he was stuffed in the safe. This must be the CEO's desk. It's
ramen.
I'll say ramen. Don't go down the path to Hoodlumsville. You know. Sometimes you take a left, sometimes you take a right. You never know which one leads you to Hoodlumsville. It's a mystery to everyone. Also, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. This must be the CEO's desk. It's a lot simpler than I would have thought. Obviously, don't know. Good question for ramen. Hey, that looks like a super soft chair. Let me try it out just for a second. Ooh, nice. Feels just like a CEO. 2 terabytes chunkier. Nice. Ooh, okay. I honestly need to upgrade. I need to upgrade, honestly, the terabyte, because PS5s can use 2 terabyte hard drives USB now, right? It used to be just 1, so I gotta swap that out. I'll probably give my current one to my brother. I need to do that at some point. Probably after Christmas, after I get gifts, the rest of the gifts I need to get for other people. Oh, we got to the next, like, story bit. At less than 100 gigs on every drive. Yeah. Important to... yeah. Yeah, we did enough business to get our business upgraded to the new business location. Then realized that the new business location was deep into territory we hadn't been in yet, so we should probably do the story. So we did some of the story, and some of the story turned into like an hour and a half of the story. And I did not go to school. I spent all my hard-earned money on weapon upgrades, like a boss. We did the story bit where we got captured after blowing up the shipping warehouse we were working at, and then had to break out of the long dungeon where we had to fight moving equipment, like construction equipment on the way out. That's what we got to. Windows 11 full on remove the functionality for an automatic backup drive. What? Oh, of course. Yeah. Screw that. Stupid. The concept of OneDrive isn't abysmal, but relying on that as the one backup is stupid. More backups is better, and a physical backup is better. Removing the functionality to do that because you want to sell us on your product is stupid. Oh yeah, and I did finish all the movies. I did do that. Correct, yes, that's a terrible idea. That's an awful idea. Unless you're the one being paid for it, in which case it's a great idea. Hey, you, whip me up a cup of some really expensive import tea and some scones. Move it! Ah, this is the life. The victim sat in that chair just before he was brutally killed, you know. Ah! Ah, man. Oh, there's a button here. Let's see. Why would you push the big red button in the recently murdered security CEO's office? You dumb person. Hey, cut it out. Don't press that. That was pretty funny. I never knew Detective Gumshoe could jump like that. What is that button anyway? Emergency buzzer. It says it right there on the panel. Oops, you're right. It was written right there. Hey, how many times have I told you to read the instructions first? Oh my god. Do you think my head cares, or... He's not a detective. Not having a button cover. Somebody who's ready at any moment. Who's got time to flip up the cover? This alarm's connected to the basement guard room. It's used to summon security up here. Really? Then it's possible on the night of the crime. Oh, so when the CEO is attacked, man, it's a shame we can't dust it for fingerprints now that you've pushed the button, Maya. Do you think that maybe you pressed the buzzer? Yeah, thought about that, so I asked around down there. But they said that the buzzer never went off that night. Okay. Also, we couldn't find any fingerprints on the buzzer. Good, he did his job before we could ruin it. Mr. Bullard, the victim, wasn't wearing any gloves, by the way, just so you know. I think we better go and talk to that guard about this emergency buzzer. It's a security guard, so it's one of 2 people, isn't it? It's a security guard we're going to have to go talk to because of possible incompetence. One of two people. This looks like some kind of bookshelf rolling cabinet hybrid. You can't get between these two shelves. Don't strain yourself trying. It looks like the shelves are controlled by a special panel. It's got to be either Meekins or Old Bag, right? Those are the two guard people we know. I guess it's one shelf at a time, huh? Looks like they're filled with bunches of files. Yeah, files filled with data about security jobs they were hired to handle. Be a good night's reading, if you got insomnia. Hoping for something a little more exciting, like UFOs or something. Right. About this one. Check out this big, thick binder here. Leave the heavy lifting to me, Nick. Reading a file isn't exactly back-breaking work, just a little hard on the eyes. Ah! What did you find out, Nick? This file. It's not about any sort of security operations or anything. This huge file is all about mask to mask. It's filled with info on them. What kind of info? It's filled with incredibly detailed information about his methods and the crime scenes. Wow. Hey, Nick, look at the last page. The list, let's see. Fear of Eminem, 100,000. This looks like a list of all the treasure that Master Mask stole. But then 100,000 is the value of the stolen item? I don't know. That number sounds kind of low to me. I think I'd better secretly make a copy of this list. Okay. And I'm sure I'm not forgetting anything. I've never forgotten anything in my life. Ever. So, I doubt I am now. Wow, look at that huge framed photo! All mountains rising majestically against the dark and cloudy sky. Legal evidence collection? Oh, definitely. Let's be honest. Compared to how many things the prosecutors have done, this is basically fully legal. There's a title written at the bottom of the photo. You know, obviously, Ochi. The greatest sunrise of my life. This is it. This was his best sunrise? Either this guy didn't get out enough or he had really rotten luck with the weather. Maybe if he had lived a little longer, he would have seen some better days. Alright, well, time to talk. Detective Gumshoe, tell us what you know about the murder. Okay. But the thing is, I'm really not supposed to. Hey, come on. What about how we put our hearts into our work? This is really working against us right now, and we need help. Okay, I'll tell you. Just don't start crying on me, okay, pal? Okay, I won't cry on you, pal. Victim's name is Kane Bullard. He was the CEO of KB Security and a pretty big fella in his own right. His corpse was discovered at 9 o'clock this morning. His estimated time of death was 1 o'clock in the morning on October 12th. Cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, probably an object in this room. Happened at exactly the same time that Master Mask was stealing the urine, huh? Clips report. So, why did it take almost an entire day to discover the body? It's a good explanation for that one. Bullard's body was stashed away inside that safe. Safe? Well, it is pretty big. Nobody had heard from him. When they opened the safe this morning, out he came. Oh, so the body fell out. That white string must be the shape from when he fell out. We still need some more information about Mr. Bullard. Maybe we should start by getting the man's name right. So, what happened to Master Mask? He's at the detention center screaming like a madman. Investigate me again, he keeps yelling. Ah, no, I didn't mean him. He's not the real thief anyway, right? Oh, you mean that detective at me? Oh, that was great. That guy what he deserved. That's the detective I know and love. Think about it. He was always around when the calling card showed up. He always mysteriously disappeared when the heist took place because he was hiding. Yeah. I was hiding at the crime scene. Yeah, right. That's the lamest thing I've ever heard. That's how you just knew he was the thief. Explain how he was able to retrieve the stolen items he kept bragging about. Yeah, he did just that to make... He just did that to make himself look like a great detective, that's all. There's just one thing I can't figure out about his final heist. Oh, first heist? First heist? Yeah, the Fear of Eminem case. There was a witness on that one. A witness? Here, I saved the newspaper clipping. Since the thief is already under arrest, you guys can keep it. Stolen, the gem and the thief. Hey, this guard here, haven't I seen him somewhere before? I hope not. Pretty small, so it's kind of hard to see, but now that she mentions it... Newspaper clipping added to the court record. Oh, is that... okay. Oh, that prosecutor. I really don't like that guy. The way he used our own evidence to do that to Mr. Delight. Yeah, I think he did that way because he knew it'd hurt more. That's what my gut tells me anyway. So does that Java-addicted masked maniac anyway. Prosecutor Godot? He's quite the enigma, huh? Thing is, pal, I never even heard of the guy before. He just showed up one day at the prosecutor's office. Came out of nowhere. Right, he said this was his first case as a prosecutor. And it's true. According to the reports anyway, but... no way he's an amateur. He's an Iceman in court, a maverick that gives me goosebumps. An edge maverick, if you will. Goosebumps. You? That's his real identity. He takes off the mask, and it's just Edge Maverick. Yeah, I knew something was off about him, so I asked around. Nobody would talk to me. They all just turned the other way. Or Detective Gumshoe. I had no idea you were so unpopular. No, that's not what I meant. No, that's not Edge Maverick. At all. Godot guy acts like he knows me and has a grudge against me. I get the feeling he's hiding some kind of dark secret. It's either... So under the mask is obviously either somehow pain. Don't ask me how. Extensive plastic surgery. Or it's just a super, super tan Edgeworth. Those are the only two options. Wait, no, we were doing that. Edgeworth went to do some soul searching in, like, tropical islands and discovered a hell of a taste for coffee. And, you know, the rest is obvious. That's a hell of a security room. October 13th. I mean, I guess if you're going to have a security room at a security office, you know. This is really something else. For a security guard office, it sure doesn't feel very secure. KB security guard. Uh-oh. Just remembered. Larry might be. Hey, Nick, what's up? You know, I did forget someone. I don't know if this is the better or worse option. Also, looking at the screens at the far top left behind the paper, those look like Pokemon sprites. Was he just playing Pokemon? Like, those are definitely like... Those are definitely Pokemon sprites, right? So he is here. You know, how's it hanging, dude? And you got my sweet little Maya with you, too. He is a security guard. We did know that. Well, we knew that he was currently a security guard. Hi, Larry. There I was, working my fingers to the bone. And in walks an angel. I got no problems with a daytime date. It's all good. No, that's not what we're here for. We're investigating the Bullard murder case. Also, she's too normal for you. Given your history, you want somebody who's going to basically just hurt you a lot and fly around other places, dating other men while they take your money. Which she's not going to do, to be fair. Oh yeah, that's right. You're a lawyer, ain't you? You're so hopelessly clueless. Well, if it's about the murder case, boy, have I got some good info for you. Really? What is it? Turns out he hasn't quite adjusted to this job yet. He's still like used to his previous job. So we walk in, he's like, "Welcome to Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Can I take your order?" Well, I don't mind sharing with my sweet little Maya, but Nick here is a different story. You know, one of my best friends, always here to save my ass, keeps me out of prison when my own stupidity would easily land me in prison. But Larry, I thought you two were old school buddies. That was then and this is now. What? Oh, we can't examine the obvious Pokemon? Okay. No clues here. Something is written on this poster in fine print. Guards 5 commandments. Wow, this sounds serious. Let's see what it says. Honestly, the things that I took away is like the most important stuff when I almost got my guard license was basically all 5 rules may as well just say document everything. Just that was the big thing. Like that was the singular most important thing is anything out of order, anything you do, document it. Document everything. That was the singular biggest thing. Number 1, obey thy superior. Number 2, respect thy superior. Number 3, smile at thy superior. Number 4, salute thy superior. Number 5, buy donuts for thy superior upon command. Wow, that... Yeah, I guess. Yes, he would. Oh, absolutely he would, Sora. 100%. Did he mean for there's no girlfriend sitting next to him? Yeah, or it's that format, but he's the girl standing next to he's the guy standing next to the girl who's always looking at, you know, the gender swapped version is what I'm trying to say. Signed, Wendy Oldbag, head super... I knew this reeked of old bag. She's one tough old bird, let me tell you. Cross her and you come face to face with a real genuine ray gun. Yeah, sounds scary, alright. He would believe it's real. He absolutely would. Well, fortunately, she's on vacation. That's why I'm so relaxed right now. I can tell. You're playing Pokemon. Hey, Larry, that's your jacket, isn't it? That's right. Did you know you hung it right on top of some kind of lever? Yeah, sure. I was told to never, ever touch that lever. She scowled and hopped at me. Something terrible will happen if you do. Got it, Greenhorn? So... why hang your jacket on such an important lever? Because it got me curious. The jacket's weight pulls the lever down, that's what they call an accident. Doesn't the suspense just kill you? Don't you want to know what'll happen, huh? True, it's killing me too. What about you, Nick? Yeah, but for a different reason. Oh man. That's my partner's seat. Your partner? Well, that's what I call her. She's my superior, actually. Kind of weird old lady. There's tea spilled all over that machine, you know. Oh, don't worry about it. Just the other day, I spilled some chocolate milk on mine. It still works fine. Well, more or less. They really know how to build them, I guess. Dude. Let's be honest. He spilled the tea, too. Like, it may be her workstation, but he spilled the tea, too. 100%. Wow, take a look at these things here. Hey, Larry, what are they? Huh? Did you say, huh? Hey, man, it's not like I have to know what they are to do my job. I always thought they were just some kind of decoration or something. Oh, boy. How did this guy ever get a job here? That's a good question. How did he get a job here? Those screens there show what's going on all over the building, everywhere. It's my job to keep a steady eye on them, all of them. Wouldn't sound so smug if I were you. I bet you couldn't even keep a steady eye on one of them. Can you watch regular TV in these too? Anyone sit here and watch TV instead of working? It's Larry. Hey, Maya, I'm a pro, okay? Besides, you can't get regular TV on it. Do you know that, Larry? Because that was my first bit of investigation, if you know what I mean. I know what you're thinking. It was a professional investigation, alright? Yeah, this is the candidate we need. Oh, imagine being the person who went in before him and didn't get the job. Seeing him walk in and go, well, at least I know that this guy ain't gonna get it. Oh, Harry. That's my workstation. Pretty cool, huh? Keep a steady eye on the monitors and use that mic for communicating. Look at all this equipment. It must be hard to operate. No biggie. I think there's an instruction manual somewhere in this room. Somewhere? Instruction manual? What are you going to do in an emergency? Now, guess I'll start by calmly looking for the instruction manual. During that time, my partner, the old lady, would calmly look for her reading glasses. That's what us security professionals call teamwork. Even Maya and Pearls could run this place better. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Again, it doesn't matter that it's in thought quotes. It's as if he said it out loud. Examine everything with a whiff of old bag on it. That's a trophy. Alright. Alright, before we commune with the butts, let me just chocolate. Yeah, she's on vacation though, that's why he's so relaxed. Her station's the one with all the tea. I say all the tea, but I mean that one singular thing of tea. I can't imagine having Old Bag as my boss. I can't. At all. So what's this good info you're talking about, Larry? Hey, I'm a guard. A pro. I can't just give away information for free. You're only technically one of those things. And certainly not the other. What's a bribe? I thought professionals were more, I don't know, honest. What kind of security company is this? Maybe the concept is the building is so high-tech it barely needs anyone to run it, and they looked at like these two and went, we can't put them out on the field. We can't send them somewhere else. They'll ruin our good name. But then how do they get hired here? It was probably some like brothers, cousins, sisters, uncles, former roommate situation or something, you know. Or that. Yeah. They definitely seem the type smart enough to believe that when he's like, oh yeah, we'll give you like $1 an hour, but it's okay, you'll work for tips. And they're like, oh, okay. So they put him in the basement away from anyone else. They got it underneath the jacket's a tip jar, it's empty. Can you talk to him, Maya? Larry, tell us already. What's the good info? 500 cents an hour. Is like 500? Oh, I'll work for 500 an hour. Yeah. 100. Yes. Yes, that's very much. And Old Bag probably just couldn't hear what they were saying anyway, and just needs a job, to be honest. With an attitude like hers, she gets fired pretty quick, I imagine. Yeah, I like that. This kid has got some claws. Okay, you really want to know? Yes, so yeah, it's actually keeping them both off the street, so it's actually, you know. Okay, so the thing is, Rhonda Light was an employee here, you know. And naturally, since I'm a pro, I looked into his background. Follow me? Why was that a question? Yes, you're a pro. I follow you. Go on. Well, 1 year ago, Rhonda Light was fired. There's no warning at all. It just happened all of a sudden. Okay. I know this is a small company, but I think that was pretty awful. Imagine getting fired from a company that Larry Butts is still gainfully employed at. Ooh. The government pays the company. Yes, it's a public service. Guess he must have done something bad to have gotten fired like that. Like, maybe skipping out of work to go pick up hot chicks or something. No, that's just you. So what's it like to be a part-time security guard? Let me tell you, it's tough. Well, you know me. I get by alright, I guess. First, I have to keep my eye on those monitors all the time. He's not glanced at the monitors once the entire time we've been down here, has he? Monitors? There's security cameras set up in each room around the building. It's really hard. Sometimes I feel like my eyes are gonna fall out. Oh. I see something suspicious. I have to contact one of the teams. What teams? The security teams for the company. They're supposedly the best in the business. But I'm no amateur either, so if it's something small, I don't bother calling them. So in other words, you basically watch TV screens all day long. You were in this office when the murder took place, weren't you? Why do you say that? Because nobody reported it, so it sounds like negligence, and Old Bag's not here by your own admittance. So it reeks of the butts. It's just a part-time job for me, and I can't operate the equipment, and I'm dumb. Even if it is part-time and you are dumb, you're still in charge of security here. Hey, give me a break. Don't try to pin the whole thing on me. Not fair, Nick. Huh? I don't think you can expect someone like him to take any responsibility. Anyway, the point is you were here that night, right? Sweats. Suspiciously. Oh. Oh no, I knew something smelled bad, and it was the butts after all. Well, it's like I always say. That was then and this is now, okay? It's like I'm going to have to break his cyclops after all. Oh, imagine having to try to convince Larry Butts of anything. It's an uphill battle. Alright, bye. We haven't gained anything, right? Okay, never mind. We gained a newspaper clipping. And an autopsy. And the list. And a button. Okay, so we do have a few things, but none of those... Oh, hold on. We actually might be able to... We didn't even try. Larry might be stupid enough that we have all the like stuff for him already. On the night of the crime, were you working hard like you were supposed to? What? Huh? Of course I was. Why wouldn't I have been? But didn't you sneak out of work just yesterday to go see Miss Delight? But that was... Then this is... Is there any chance that you snuck out of work last night too? Never! I didn't sneak out. I'll tell you what. I'll even bet you $1. $1? Wow. Now there's confidence. What's with that drenched in the rain puppy dog look in your face? Do you have evidence that I left my position, or are you just pulling my chain? Evidence that Larry was not manning his station when the murder happened. That'll be the button, right? Oh, but there was no fingerprints on it. I think that could be supporting evidence, but I don't think that's the big... I think that'll probably be his second thing. I don't think I have enough evidence. But I'll keep that in mind if I can't find anything else. It's not a huge HP risk. I still don't have anything from Miss Andrews. Isn't Larry's profile there? Do you have proof that I wasn't here? That's just a picture. Oh, you know, yeah. No. Doubt it. Let's show her the new things we got. Nope, nothing. Kinda didn't affect anything. Alright. We got all of these in front of him, so I doubt it. But I've learned to just rub everything on everyone anyway. Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong? We copied that data without permission. Don't show it to him. Make him mad at us. So, what are you two whispering about there? Oh, it's nothing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the exact autopsy report he handed us. And how about the exact newspaper clipping he handed us? Witness, you mean guard on this photo? Yeah, he and the detective worked to try to catch him mask to mask. But he got away anyway, huh? That guard. Got the weird feeling I've seen him around lately. So the same thing we first time is estimated now. Here, let's see from this. Okay. No way he knows anything. There's no way he knows anything about anything. Yep. It's only 1 HP if it's wrong. I'm gonna try to present the button. It's the only thing even close we have. I don't think it's right. Yeah, okay. No way she'd know anything about the button. There. You wouldn't know anything about these, but... Per usual, we clearly forgot to rub something on someone somewhere. We didn't actually examine this place, because it was all stuff we'd seen before. Yeah, it actually won't even let us. Okay. Yep. It's gone. These are all things we've checked before. Yeah, we examined here. We checked this. Ew. Think about it. A dead guy was lying in here all night. Yeah. Oh, by the way, don't bother asking about fingerprints. There were none. Well, somebody opened the safe on the night of the crime, right? Yeah, and so? Well, if Mr. Boulard's body was hidden here, must mean that it was opened by either the killer or the victim, right? I guess so. Oh ho! Got some bad news for you, pal. You ready? Okay, shoot. Opening this baby is no piece of cake. There are only a few people who know how to open the safe, pal. Yeah, and everyone that knows how to open the safe had airtight alibis. I checked. Everyone except one, that is. I'm almost ready to ask. Former security chief Rhonda Light. What? Rhonda Light? He was the security chief? So he knew how to open the safe, huh? Yeah, sorry for raining on your parade there, pal. Not great. Yeah, touch everything, rub everything on everything. It's the best part. That's our evidence. Right? Maybe I'm wrong. This wallet. You know about this, right? I've never seen it before. Liar! You hand-delivered this wallet to Mr. Light just yesterday. Give me a break. You can't expect me to remember every little thing that happens. Well, I do expect you to remember something that happened just yesterday. One o'clock in the morning? That's right. In other words, Larry, time of the murder, you were away from the security guard office. Yeah, but there's something you didn't think about. What's that? My shift that day didn't start until 10 p.m. Murder might have been snuck around. Might have been snuck in before then. What do you mean by that? The murder had snuck in before 10 p.m. and it wasn't my fault. It was the fault of the guy whose shift was before mine. Why do I have the feeling that he still doesn't get the seriousness of this? He doesn't. Listen up, Larry. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the killer snuck into the CEO's office after 10 p.m. during your shift. Oh yeah, we do, don't we? What was it? Keycard? Larry, when we use this keycard, does it leave a record? Yeah, it does. But I can't show the record to just anyone, you know. Keycard data was already made public in the trial today. What? I didn't know that. Any kind of request for info like that is supposed to go through me. Boy, does that sound a bit arrogant coming from a part-time guard. Anyway, according to the data, the door to the CEO's office was opened with this card. Furthermore, it was most definitely used at 1 a.m. at the time of the murder. No way! Yes, someone used this to get to the CEO's office. That happened at 1 a.m. on the night of the crime, right in the middle of your shift. Ugh. Larry, you can't duck your responsibility this time. Grr, no. Well, shame. So, Larry, I knew it. It's all my fault. Yeah, you might have actually... I mean, yes, the actual murderer was at fault, but you might have been able to stop a murder, and, you were slacking on your job. It's my fault that the boss was killed. My fault! Yeah. I mean, will this teach you any type of life lesson and change your actual actions in the future? No. Larry, there's nothing I could do. Yeah. You could have been doing your job. I have important issues to deal with too, man. What happened that night anyway? Madonna happened. Huh? Madonna? Got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, Madonna called me and said I have to talk to you right away. Went to see her and he was standing right there next to her. Who was? Her new boyfriend. It was like some horrible joke. It was like the 19th time I've heard this exact same horrible joke. Before I knew what was going on, the guy shocked me right in the kisser. Normally I'm the one that does the punching. Isn't that right, Maya? Yeah. Was that why you left the security office? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. How can I ever make it up for it, Nick? What can I do? What? Ooh. He's curled up on the floor, crying like a baby. Nick, is there anything I can do? Anything. Just name it. Do whatever I have to make up for it. Swear I will. Larry? And Nick, as long as he's offering, why don't we show him the evidence we've got? He's right. Maybe we'll get at least one bit of useful information from him. He didn't go up and abandon his post while working. Yes. For the second time that day, he also abandoned his post to go to the trial. Because there was a cute girl there. Yeah, we'll show him the evidence. The buzzer in the CEO's office is directly connected to this room, right? That's right. Just like my heart is connected to yours, my... Oh, no wonder he's acting like this. He just got dumped. Huh? Go ahead, Maya. Press the buzzer in your heart. Promise I'll come running to your rescue, like the professional guard I am. You mean you promise to let me get assassinated and just murdered and locked in a safe like the professional guard you are? Wow, that was pretty good. If only I believed any word you said. Oh, yeah, I'm glad that at this point in this timeline, VTubers don't exist, because this takes place quite a few years back. Because he would absolutely, yeah. Oh, boy. And then he'd get violently angry when one of them mentioned having a boyfriend or something. Correct, yes. Yeah, it's... I mean, that's really just the new age version of the, well, I was nice to you, so you owe me sex. It's the, I gave you money in an online situation. We don't know each other, but you owe me love. Yeah, thanks, I try. Do you think you could tell us about the buzzer now? Yes, please. Please tell us. Okay, I guess so. Prepare to be wowed. Really? Wowed by the buzzer? I accidentally pressed the buzzer earlier. Yeah, I heard it. So that was you, huh? You're a security guard, aren't you? Why didn't you come to the CEO's office? Well, this is the 3rd floor of the basement. The CEO's office is on the 1st floor. Thought it'd be a good idea to, adopt a wait-and-see approach. Oh my god. Even if he had been in this office, the man would have died, and Larry would have never noticed. Plus, there's a police detective here, right? I just didn't think it was necessary. As if he's trying to win an award for the laziest person on the planet. Oh, let's get back to talking about the night of the murder, okay? Is it true that the buzzer didn't go off that night? That must be a record, right? You must have had to look at it, right? Of course I did. I couldn't possibly have made a mistake either. You couldn't possibly have. Not Larry. Perfect track record, no mistake butts. Uh-huh. I can't even imagine, Robin. I can't even imagine. You think you could take just one more look for me, pretty please? Oh, okay. I just can't say no to you, Maya. Oh, no! I made a mistake! What do you think, Nick? Probably right. I don't think even Larry can make it. Whoa! What is it? What's wrong? I made a mistake! Yeah, I know, Larry. Huh? But how? It can't be. It's impossible. Okay, enough already. What about the record? That night, it went off just once in the morning at around 1 a.m. Oh my. I'm beginning to suspect that Larry may actually be more responsible for this man's death than the person who actually killed him. Like, for real. For real. 1 a.m.? That's when the murder happened! Really? Are you serious? That's terrible! It can't be! I really thought he'd have something to say about that one. It's like, it's just a high security office, and the murderer kept being like, "Nobody gonna stop?" Like excuse me, they didn't actually want to commit the crime. This is one of them like trying to get caught type deals, and he keeps looking around like, "You guys gonna?" Oh no, you caught me red-handed, looking directly at the camera, making eye contact. And after like 20 minutes, he's like, I guess I just gotta kill him. I don't think we have anything we can... Here now. I'm hoping that that all is some sort of something happening. We still don't have anything for her. She needs proof that the urn was a fake, and everything we've got so far has been about security stuff, not about the urn. So presumably we gotta wait to hear back from Pearls. So what do we do? I really thought that was going to progress something. I thought we found the right thing. And just harping on Larry was going to be how it was going to go. Yeah, it did give us one piece of evidence, thankfully. We've checked this room pretty thoroughly. And unless I hit him with this... Damn it. I should just know to immediately... Somebody hands something to me and I just go... Rub, rub, rub. You guys really made me reflect on the way I've been living. No, we didn't. You'll forget about it 30 seconds after we're gone. You'll be like, oh, pizza! But the only problem is, with all this reflecting, where's the time for love? Frankly, I think reflecting is a bit overrated, you know? Oh my, you guys really made me reflect on my life. Wait, reflecting sucks! My life sucks! I want to get dumped again. What are you going on about, Larry? Plus, do you honestly have any new info on the buzzer record? Huh? The record? No. Nothing at all. That reflects about as much as a piece of black carpeting. Yeah. He's got room for another thing, though. Just don't know what it's gonna be. It might not be anything. Just because he's got room for it doesn't mean it has to happen. I swear we've done everything. You know what? It won't help, but rub it on her. Cool. There's no way, but... I was hoping he'd be like, where did she go? Well, we know where she went. Wonder what she's up to. It's Larry. It's Larry in a mask. No. Really need one of the two to show up here. There's two people we could be looking for, and neither of them showing up. All hairstyle. Just checked everything new here. There's nothing new around here, right? That's the blackmail, yep. It's everything there. Empty room. Alright. If he's playing a game that long, I'll be surprised. I mean, he's got room for stuff, so maybe rub people on him? Kane Bullard, not Shane Bluebard, pal. Oh yeah, the victim in this case just doesn't make much of an impression on me. Well, you were the victim up until Mr. Bullard was found dead. Yeah, and his body wasn't discovered until this morning. Anyway, we don't have enough information yet. Can you help us out? Sorry, I'm actually a little confused myself. For some reason, I'm just blabbing on like an idiot right now. Okay, Nick, now's a chance to get more info about the victims. Hurry up and ask. I had to rub the victim on the detective. Tell us about some more about Mr. Bullard. He's the CEO of KB Security, right? What kind of company is it anyway? Well, it's a security. Well, the company basically sends security teams out of the building to guard them. Mr. Bullard must have had the chance to learn a lot of secrets during this kind of work. Oh, and I don't know how to put this, but the guy was kind of a money grubber. Really? Me too. I just love money. I can't ever get enough. Please stop leaning in towards me like that. You aren't getting to my wallet. Anyway, looks like he did some pretty shifty stuff to earn his millions. Oh, so that's my problem. I need to be shiftier. Like, already. Apparently he was involved in selling trade secrets between rival companies. It's pretty dirty and underhanded. Yeah, oh, KB Security used to head security operations against Mask to Mask. What? Really? Yeah, and after screwing up so many times, the company's reputation really took a nosedive. It really was Bullard who sent Ron the blackmail letter, huh? About this blackmail letter. Yeah, I've been thinking a lot about it too, pal. Why would Kane Bullard have been blackmailing Ron Delight anyway? Well, Mr. Delight... what was it that made him quit? Nick, that's it. Maybe that's the same reason he's being blackmailed. Well, I'm in the middle of investigating that right now. Alright. Okay. Maybe now somebody shows up? Oh, thank you. Oh. October 13th, Detention Center, Visitors Room. Oh, Mr. Wright. Mr. Delight, did they finish their interrogation? Yes, but please don't leave me alone anymore. Mr. Delight, you lied to us before, didn't you? Well, you see... The same night the Sacred Urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor Department Store, blackmailed letter you got summoned you to KB Security to hand over some money. Then, that's where the CEO, Kane Bullard, was murdered. There's only one Ron Delight, am I right? So then the question is, where were you that night? This time I want to hear the whole truth. Your life depends on it. Okay. Mr. Delight, do you still insist that you are Mask to Mask? Isn't that what I've been saying since yesterday? I mean, yes, but we proved that you weren't, so, you know... You've been saying and you are a thing are very different. That was a quick response. Tell me about it. To be honest, it's starting to get irritating. Listen, Mr. Delight. At the trial today, we learned the true identity of the thief, didn't we? Yes, it's true. I wasn't the one who stole that urn. Of course not. After all, you were at KB Security at the time. So then the person dressed up as Mask to Mask in this photo, it's gotta be Detective Atme. So that night, you didn't go to Lordly Taylor. You went to KB Security, right? Yes, I went to KB Security at the time of the blackmail. Note said I should. What happened next? Well, I used to work there. So I knew where the CEO's office was. I knocked, but there was no answer. So then I used the keycard to unlock the door. Probably when he dropped his wallet. If he hasn't worked there for a year, and they left his keycard with access to the CEO's room activated? Like, when I left the grocery store job, they turned off the employee discount on my card within the day. They made sure I wasn't getting that 5% discount. And you want me to believe that a security company left his card with access to the CEO's office active for a year? Didn't you think that the CEO wanted to be murdered? Like, he put Larry in charge of security. Well, he put Old Bag in charge of security, let her go on vacation, leaving Larry Butts alone. I think he just wanted to die. When I went to the CEO's office, someone was in there. Someone? Then suddenly they bashed me over the head. Bam. Was it Kane Bullard that hit you? I don't know. The person ran away while I was still stunned. When I came to my senses, the sight I saw left me speechless. The dead body of the CEO was right there in front of me. I thought I'd die myself. Anyway, I thought I should do something with the body. So that's why you put it in the safe. Yes, that's right. I used to be the chief of one of the security teams, so I knew how to open it. Okay, and what did you do after that? Well, I got out of there, for starters. I was the one who set up the security cameras in the building. So I knew how to avoid being spotted by them. Nick. All of a sudden, Mr. Delight kind of sounds like the murderer to me. Please don't say that. Mr. Delight, is it true that 1 year ago, you were forced to quit KB Security? How did you... I'm begging you, please don't tell Desi, please. How have you kept that a secret from her for a year? What do you do for work? How do you make money to support her expensive habits? Also, she is adamant that you two have not kept secrets from each other? So she's not gonna like this? Really just sounds like a bad call all the way down? Don't worry, we haven't told anyone yet. Oh, my goodness. No, I suppose I'll have to tell her sometime. She'll find out eventually. Why have you been hiding it from her anyway? Desi would despise me if she ever found out I was living a life of crime. A criminal, a thief, she'd never forgive me. My marriage would be over. Well, then it sounds like you probably deserve that. You could have just found another normal job, or told her from the get-go, hey, I got fired. Maybe we should see about, like, holding back on expenses for like a month or two while I find another job. Knowing that, why did he become a thief in the first place? Because Desi spends money like it's water. There's no job in the world that could bring in enough money. Except being a thief, at least that's what I thought anyway. So he became Mask to Mask for Deseret, huh? In. That's the emergency buzzer from the CEO's office. Don't press it. It makes a terrible racket. Sorry. I just love making a lot of noise. Does this buzzer have something to do with this case? Well, at this point, I don't really know yet. After all, there were no prints on it or anything else for that matter. This list, we found it at the office of the CEO, Mr. Bullard. Hey, that's a list of all the things Master Mass stole. And that's the value of each of the items listed next to them. Each $1,000, $1,500, $150,000. Are you sure that's the value of the stolen items? Numbers seem a little low to me. Even on the black market, the prices should be at least 3 times higher than that. Guess he knows about that stuff because he used to be a security guard? What do you think about this? Probably nothing, it looks like. Hey, this is an article about my debut heist. Boy, that was a tough one. Before I knew it, they were hot on my trail. But Master Mask, he must have gotten away, right? It says in the article that he disappeared. That's right. Got a sudden burst of inspiration. I hid my Master Mask costume in a nearby plastic bucket. Then I quickly changed into my security guard uniform. Pretty clever, eh? Wow, awesome. Hey, hold the phone. Guard this photo. Is this you, Mr. Delight? Yeah, that's right. Nice trick if I do say so myself. Nice and easy to figure out. Even pros could see that in a heartbeat. Garden photos Ron Delight. But as you might expect, Detective Atme found the disguise. He truly deserves the title of Ace Detective. Detective Atme found the Master Mask disguise. That's interesting. Yes, and I heard that he brought it home with him. That's when Atme got his hands on this. Thanks to that, I got the chance to remake my costume. That must have been really time-consuming, huh? Yes, it took quite a while to complete. Anyway, a few days after that, I received the first piece of the blackmail letters. Blackmail letters? You got them starting when? Tell me more, now! Hey, calm down, don't get so worked up. This blackmail letter, is this the first one you got? No, of course not. This is the first one that ever called me out to a specific location. So did you start receiving blackmail letters after this incident? Yes, just a few days after the Tear of Amanon heist. That first letter, it said, I know you did it. Someone found out about your true identity, just like that? It's not easy being a master thief, you know? Proof that it was you, so give up, it went on to say. So in the end, I had to give up the treasure. I went through all that trouble to steal. That right. Hey, hang on a sec. What do you mean you had to give it up? Oh, don't worry. After I put the jewel in the safe deposit box, the letter specified. Someone sent me $10,000. No one said anything about me being worried, you know. After that, I started getting the plans in the mail. Plans? Whose plans are talking about? There were instructions on how to steal a crown or painting or some other rare treasure. They showed security blind spots, escape routes, and even suggested training methods. You mean that the one who planned the heist wasn't you? No, it wasn't. I only planned the very first one. Excuse me. After that I received plans from some very kind person. Incredibly detailed plans. Sounds like Mr. Relate is thankful to the person that was blackmailing him. Ron Delight was Master Mask after all, but someone else is behind the thefts, someone who planned them all out in detail. All I had to do was deposit the treasure I stole into the safe deposit box. Then I just waited for the cash to come in the mail. Did you try not to look so gleeful about it? They went after the secret urn because one of those plans too? Well, see, truth is I've never seen the urn. All I did was follow the instructions to steal what I was told to steal. Good light. Is everything you've just told me the truth? Yes, but please don't tell Desi, okay? Alright. Ron, before we go, there's one more thing I want to ask you. Yes? but please don't hurt me. There's plexiglass between us. We can't. And honestly, right now, we still just want to hurt Larry. Mr. Kane Bullard, do you swear that it wasn't you who killed him? Yes, of course. I could never. I'm not lying. All I did was hide his body in the safe. But then I was afraid they'd discover what I did. So I turned myself in yesterday. Why? Well, if the judge had ruled that I was guilty of robbery, then I'd have an alibi, right? Guess so. You're really clever, Mr. Delight. Guess I have no choice but to take Mr. Delight at his word. Mystic Maya! Sorry, we all know who this probably is. Hey, Pearly! I'm back. Hey, Pearls, so what have you been up to this whole time? The sacred urn, Mr. Nick. I took it back to Korean Village to have it examined. And? What did you find out? Well, there's no need to worry. They said it's the real urn. Ooh, that's a relief. I was really worried. But there's one small problem. Problem? Those cute little pink splotches. They said that it's paint. They were put on the urn recently. Are we talking about the pink splotches again? What's the big deal? It's a big deal. We gotta find out how they got there. That's the big deal. Yes, Mr. Nick, we gotta find out how they got there. Okay, we'll find out how they got there. Please don't forget about me. It was painted, presumably accidentally, but it is still real. Which means we can go back to Andrews. I guess we don't have proof that it's fake, because it's not. Oh, Pearl, how nice to see you. Hello there. I haven't seen you around lately. What have you been up to? Well, actually, I was having this urn examined. Oh, I see. Maybe we take another good look at this urn. You can figure out the mystery of what actually happened here. Nick, let's look around one more time. We can't actually take a look at it. Oh, there we go. It's not a fake. Yes, it was genuine. Sorry to break it to you, but the urn is a genuine article. Pearls went back to Korean Village and had it examined. Is that right? That's nice, but I don't see how. What she discovered was that the urn had been broken again. What did you say? Again? Yes, it was broken once a year ago. It looks like the same thing has happened again. And quite recently, too. Recently? Are you saying that the urn was broken recently? Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Why do you think it was broken recently? How do you know? I guess the poster doesn't show the splotches, but it could just as much be the urn again. I'm gonna go with the poster. This poster, it was made recently, right? Poster, the poster for the exhibit. The time when this photo was taken, the urn said I am on it. But now, for some mysterious reason, it says Ami. When the urn was fixed, letters were transposed. I am. What does that even mean? I don't know anything about that. I wasn't even there when the photo for this poster was taken. That was a mistake. Now, tell the truth. Wait. Or? Even if the urn was broken, it had nothing to do with it. Huh? Yes, that's it. It must have been one of the people at the photo shoot. Well, I dropped it. I'm sure that's what happened. Looks like she's not going to give up that last cyclock so easy. Do you have any proof that urn was broken here at Lordly Taylor? And the red paint. Roof that was broken here. Poster again because of the splotches? Doesn't prove it though. The urn? Nope. I was hoping that all of the pink paint would do it, but guess not. I feel like we must, though. So this. It's the same color as the paint splotches on the urn. So the question is, what's the cause of the odd shape? Which wasn't where it was, is now when we first came in, right? It was right next to the door, wasn't it? Someone moved it, it was probably Master Mask. Maybe he didn't like being watched by Mystic Ami while he stole the urn. Hey, cut it out. You're giving me the creeps of that kind of talk. I thought that's what would have been there, but I guess also it's probably this box. This box, something I've added that's bothering me. This box that the Sacred Urn was in. Looks like there's some pink paint on it too. It's definitely the same color as the stuff on the urn. I think I know how the paint got on now. Let's investigate again, Nick. Do we have to start from the beginning? Yes, we do. And I should have saved first, but whatever. Well, Miss Andrews? What? This urn has these pretty little pink paint splotches on it. There's some on the box the urn was stored in, too. No matter how you look at it, the paint seems to be exactly the same, wouldn't you say? So, what does that prove? That the urn was dropped along with the box. That's when they both got paint on them. Are you with me so far? Yes. The rest of the story is obvious. This box was dropped right here in Lord Lieutenant's basement warehouse. If I can prove that, it means that the urn was broken here too. So you can prove that. Can you prove that box was dropped here in the basement warehouse? It's gotta be that photo? Oh my god. Well. So let's go save, because this is stupid. There's so much overwhelming evidence. Also, Herrick, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. There's so much evidence that I don't know which one to present, because there's so much evidence of this. Do I have to examine this again? Yes. Yeah. Box. You're gonna add it to the court record? So we just had to examine it again. Okay. Work crap. Oh, I can imagine. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully next week will be better. Holiday. That's something. Hopefully a shorter work week for most people. Okay. I didn't check that before. So now we've got everything we need. When I thought I had everything I needed before. The urn is real. The urn was dropped recently. The urn was dropped here at Lordly Taylor. And the urn was dropped here at Lordly Taylor. Ah, you already know where I'm going with this, don't you? Yes, more or less. Plastic, that's fine. Well, once you can open it, it'll be very fun. There's pink paint splattered on the floor and walls of this basement warehouse. There's an odd shape imprinted into part of the paint stain, am I right? Yes. You put this box into the impression in the paint, you can see it fits perfectly. It means this box was dropped right over there. And that is when the urn was broken. The name does you justice, Mr. Wright. Unlock successful. So sorry, I was the one who broke the urn. Boy, does this make me feel like some sort of evil school teacher. I'm a terrible person. Not only did I break it, but I tried to hide what I did. Well, that's not so bad. Hard to understand. Is it Pearly? Specifically Pearl? No, not at all. I know just how she feels. It happened about 2 weeks ago, just after the poster photo was taken, on the same day the urn arrived here. I thought I'd put it away down here for safekeeping. I was carrying it in the box. That's a great CG, though. When I tripped on a paint can and lost my balance. The box I was carrying crashed to the ground. I heard a terrible noise, and I thought my heart was going to stop. Fearing the worst, I opened the lid of the box, and that's when it happened. The broken pieces of the urn fell out of the box and landed right in the paint. I was in shock. I let out a huge scream. I can totally see how that could have happened. Yeah, as clumsy as she is, I'm sure Maya understands. Well, I knew it was the most important treasure in all of Korean Village, so I tried as hard as I could to fix it. Fortunately, the shards were pretty big. That's when the I am got changed to Ami. I didn't know how it was originally written, but any sane person fixing it would have assumed it said Ami. Any sane person, really. How else do that pack up an urn? Ramen carrying case is obviously the logical choice. Oh, pearls. She said she wasn't very good at spelling. Anyway, I put the urn into the storeroom and no one had seen it since. Secret urn updated in the court record. But there's something I don't get. When I first came here, I didn't see any paint stains. Well, that's because it was so ugly and embarrassing. I used the golden statue to cover it. The Ami face statue? Aha! First time that we came down here, it was on the night that the secret urn was stolen. But Mr. Nick. There were no paint marks on the walls or floor of the warehouse when we were here. Well, there's a good reason for that. On the day of the crime around noon, a golden statue just happened to arrive from the mountain training hall. And I realized that the statue would be the perfect size for covering up the paint stains. That's why I put it where you first saw it. See, now it makes perfect sense. But there's still one thing I find strange. What is it, Pearl? The day after the urn was stolen, we came here again. At the time, the statue had been moved and the paint was clearly visible. It's right about that. Well, Miss Andrews? Well, what? I don't know anything about that. I placed it there to cover the paint, so why would I move it again? Then who was it? Who would have done it and why? The day before the theft, the statue was definitely closer to the door. Then the next day it was moved, but why? Something. Looks like there's some connection between the sacred urn and the murder case. Why? Why do you think so, Nick? Just that night, the real thief, Rhonda Light, was at KB Security. So then why did another masked mask show up here? A lot of different things are pointing to one undeniable fact. One undeniable fact. I have no idea what's going on. The murder trial is starting tomorrow, but... looks like that thief is going to be making another appearance. Murder trial time. Yeah, let's save. Alright, top October 14th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Hey, Nick! What is it this time? You won't believe how many people are here for the trial! Well, it is a murder case. What are you talking about? They're here for the trial next door! Next door? Why don't you know this, Nick? They're having Detective Atmey's trial today. Detective Atmey? They say they're going to try him as Master Mask. Already? That was fast. Boy, I'd love to see Master Mask's trial. I know. By the way, where's Pearls? Oh, she went back home. She said she can't neglect her training anymore. I know you don't like me. Pearls has really gotten into her training lately, huh? Yeah, ever since that incident last year. Please don't ignore me. Oh, Mr. Delight. Good morning. No one likes me. No one would notice me even if I killed someone. This man has a real... woo, please don't pronounce me guilty, Mr. Judge, air about him. Like, he's really trying his damnedest to be pronounced guilty. Come on, don't be silly. Wait a sec. You don't mean you're the murderer? No, I'm just a poor thief. No, wait, that's not right. Thief can't really be poor. I mean, while I agree with you, Ramen, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Now let's see. According to Mr. Delight, from his second crime on, he was following a bunch of set plans. Plans that someone had been sending him to help him commit the heist. Do you think there's a connection between the thief and the murderer, Nick? Possible, but today's trial is a race against the clock. Huh? How come? Let's just take our time like always. I'm afraid that's not an option. October 14th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 6. Court is now in session for the trial of Mr. Rhonda Light. The defense is ready, Your Honor. You're ready? Preparation is the last refuge of the weak. Okay, settle down, everyone. Let's begin with your opening statement. Mr. Godot. Got the judge in the palm of his hand yet again. Rhonda Light is simply too young to be sent to war. That's all. I'm afraid I have no idea what that means, Mr. Godot. We need to get out more, Your Honor. Life is war, but that's exactly why you must be more precise in your wording. That's all my statement means. You understand now, right? Very much coffee time. Yes. Well then, let me briefly summarize the details of this case. Wow, Judge is taking charge like he knows what's going on for a change. The victim is Kane Bullitt, CEO of KB Security. His body was found in a safe at approximately 9 a.m. on the morning of the 13th. Oh, time of death was estimated as 1 a.m. the previous day. That's when our lost little kitten dropped the ball. That lost little kitten is, of course, the defendant. Very well then, Mr. Godot. Please call your first witness. No. Coffee. I never drank more than 17 cups. Oh my god. I thought he was going to say a day, but during a given trial? And then he spends the next 6 hours in the bathroom releasing that coffee. And jittering uncontrollably. But the first one, it's always the best. Mr. Godot, your witness? Okay then, let's hear what the defendant, Mr. Ron DeLay, has to say for himself. The defendant? Well, Mr. Wright, does the defense have any objections? Maybe a bit of a disadvantage having the defendant testify, but... Remember when Mia was defending me? She allowed me to testify so she could do the cross-examination. She put a lot of trust in me back then. Yeah. But also, your client has on multiple times tried to get himself arrested by admitting his guilt in all the things that have happened so far. So I don't know if this is trust. Fine. Whatever. We have no objections, Your Honor. The defense will allow Mr. DeLay to testify. You got guts, right? Alright then, Mr. Ron DeLay, please take the stand. That's true, but the parrot didn't admit its guilt. The parrot wasn't trying to get... it's fine. You did it, didn't you? Yes. See? That's exactly what I said was gonna happen! No, that's not true. It just starts with it. For a moment there, I thought we'd set the records for the shortest trial ever. Oh man, that would have been great though. You did it, didn't you? Yes. Guilty. Out of there. Game over. Well, Mr. DeLay already looks plenty guilty with that face he's making. Once he opens his big mouth, he'll probably put the last nail in his own coffin. Very well. Now then, can you tell me something? If you didn't kill Bullard, why did he go to KB Security? Well, that's kind of hard to say. Boy, I wish I could go home. Now then, let's hear some testimony about what happened. That evening, around 1 a.m., I went to see Mr. Bullard in his office at KB Security. The blackmail letter I got, it ordered me to go there. I've been working for KB Security until a year ago, so I knew where his office was. 1 a.m., the exact time the murder took place. The weak get washed away by the tides of fate. The strong drink it up. It's bitter today, too. Just like my destiny. What? You'd never know that from the way he's chugging it down. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you please. I visit the KB Security. 1 a.m., huh? You're absolutely sure about that? Yes, that's what my watch said when I was entering the CEO's office. No. Actually, not really sure. My watch was slow, and my internal clock was also open. 1 a.m., that's the exact time the victim, Mr. Bullard, was murdered, correct? It's too late for a coffee date, that's for sure. It ordered you there? It was the first time I'd gotten a blackmail letter that ordered me to go somewhere. Does that mean you've gotten other blackmail letters then? Of course, they'd say things like steal this or take that. Ah, why don't you save those for later, Mr. Tolite? Please don't say anymore. He definitely knows this. Well, what should I do? We should absolutely have him admit his guilt harder. So what did the blackmail letter in question say? Said to bring $50,000. Money, huh? Perfect motive for committing murder. Oh, but wait. I never intended to pay the money anyway. Oh, is that right? After all, he had nothing to hold over my head. I had nothing to be afraid of. An important point indeed. Witness, let's have the attitude testimony. Yes, sir. A muddy mudskipper in outer space has a better chance of surviving than I do. Yes. The blackmail threat didn't scare me. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Just what are you being blackmailed about anyway? The blackmail letter said if you don't want your identity revealed, correct? I'm sure it was referring to the whole mask-to-mask thing. I wasn't worried. Mr. Bullet didn't have anything on me. He didn't? Anyway, I don't care what anyone says about me. Just as long as Desi believes in me. So that's why Mr. Light didn't believe he was mask-to-mask. That's why I knew they were just hollow threats. Oh, I didn't actually press that one. Avoiding something, sounds like to me. Yeah. He used to be a security chief for KB Security, right? Yes, that's right. Security chief? You? And yet, a year ago, you were fired without notice. Revenge for an old grudge. Perfect motive for murder, wouldn't you say? Isn't good. Maybe I should change the subject. Mr. DeLay, please tell us why you were fired from your job. Well, the world is filled with those who have said, I wish I had never asked that. Okay then, I take it back. Defendant, please answer the question. I needed money. Needed money? Well, you see, Desi loves to spend it. It's kind of her hobby. Not exactly the best hobby in the world, huh, Nick? Well, I mean, it is if you have the supply, I guess. My salary wasn't nearly enough, so I stole data from the company. Come again? KB Security has a lot of security info on all sorts of companies. Since I was the security team chief, you stole some data and sold it! Mr. Bullard found out and I was fired immediately. Yeah, yes. Actually kind of shocked you didn't take legal action. Wish I'd never asked that. I was somehow able to keep it secret. It made it seem like I'd quit on my own. What is it, Nick? You don't look so good. Someone who brings harm to their company is fired as punishment. You do well to remember that. He sure told you. So you admit that you stole data from your company, is that correct? Yes, I'm sorry. This is a very important fact. Please add it to your testimony. Oh man, this whole thing just took a big turn for the worse. Crashed and blew up. It'll take the jaws of life to rip this case from the clutches of disaster. Why would you do something like that? Well, for Desi's hobby, what else? Wasting money, huh? It's not a waste. So Miss Light doesn't know that her husband was fired, does she? So it would seem. I'm sure to think about couples who keep secrets like that from each other. Can't believe it. This case has gotten even Maya to think seriously about couples. Just try to stay focused, Mr. Wright. Okay. What the hell do we even have? So it's not the urn stuff, obviously. Don't think that's it. I wish we knew if there was like something in the wallet. Because if there's 50,000 in the wallet, it would be evidence. And the more I read it, the weirder the blackmail letter is. Like, I don't want to just guess. Don't know immediately what answer for this is. If he was still a security guard when he started stealing gems, why would he steal data from the company if he was making the money as a thief? Or did he just still have the uniform? But, like, somebody would have noticed that? Like, hey, he doesn't... No, how would they? I don't know. I'm pretty sure this has got to be the one we got to get him on, because the other one that we forced out of him was just the... Oh, he didn't worry me. But I guess if he didn't worry him, maybe blackmail letter? Still really wonder why... I'm going to present that because I want to see if, like, why did your card still work then? Because that's super weird. It's not going to be it, though. Yeah, no, not at all. Damn it, I'm really curious as to why the card still worked, but I don't think that's going to be addressed. Company secrets. Well. The other one I thought was this one. Nope. I feel like there's no contradictions there. That happened. It was around 1 AM. He went to go see him at his office, KB Security. Actual. Blackmail letter got ordered you to go there. The ring. Yep, it did. It didn't scare you. It wasn't going to cause me trouble or anything. Yeah, but it sounds... The fact that it's... They're going to reveal your identity and to take that red diamond you received the other day. That sounds like two things that should... scare him. But also, if it didn't scare you, why did you go? Why go? Find the wallet. Didn't scare you, but you brought your wallet? Oh, okay. If he's right about his next statement, then that's accurate. Guard me for selling company secrets. Money, it's not a waste. That's what I am.
Objection!
The reason isn't going to hold up anymore. Oh, we had to loop back. Okay, what do you mean? The victim had no proof the defendant was Master Mask. But you were the one who stole company secrets only 1 year earlier. That was all over with once I was fired. It's true that the fact I stole secrets is kept under wraps. Even so, there was no reason for me to pay up now, a whole year later. Is that really true? What is it, Nick? The fact that Ron was stealing company data. I wonder if he would have had a problem if that ever became public knowledge. Only because his wife would know. Mr. DeLay, I believe you would have been in considerable trouble if your identity as a company data thief was made public. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to do by bullying your own client? Men are like colonies of bacteria. The more heat you apply, the faster they grow. What? Stay in your coffee lane, man. That's exactly right. Well then, feel free to keep up the heat, my little lawyer amigo. Little lawyer amigo? Yes, now come on, provide some evidence to back up your assertion. Why would Mr. Delight want to keep his data stealing secret from going public? Can I just... It's the one thing he cares about. Mr. Delight, what you said just now doesn't match what you told me yesterday. What doesn't? I think you must have been scared. Very scared. Having a certain person find out your secret. A certain person? Miss Desiree Delight, the defendant's wife. What? But listen to me, my Desi, she's... It looks like I just sit back and relax. The fun will end before it truly begins. Oh. Yes, we know. It's all your wife's fault. What do you mean? Mr. Delight stole company data to pay for his wife's spending habit when he was fired. Unable to face his own wife, someone used his dirty little secret to blackmail him. That is how this murder came about. Huh? No, everything is falling neatly into place for him. Just don't talk about my Desi like that, or you'll be sorry. Well, it really sounds like he murdered the dude now. Well, it seems that we've learned a great deal of things here so far. What do you think, Nick? I didn't think it was possible to get so thoroughly whipped in just 20 minutes. Clearly there was sufficient motive for murder. He stole data for his wife, and he killed to protect his secret. Family man who cared just a little too much. Motive is clear. Let's move on. What happened at the crime scene at 1 in the morning, Mr. Delight? Come now, tell us. We're all ears. At the CEO's office. When I entered the office, there was a suspicious shadow there. Suddenly I was hit on the forehead. After that, I remember being a bit dazed. If I hadn't been wearing that, I would have been killed. I came to. Mr. Bullard was lying there, dead. I see. Suddenly hit on the forehead, huh? I believe the detective from yesterday provided similar testimony. He said that Master Mask struck him in the head from behind. Since Acme turned out to be the culprit himself, that was all a lie. Huh. No one's going to believe a pathetic lie like that. Why are you saying it really was attacked? We'll find out if what you say is true or not during the cross-examination. Got that, Mr. Trite? Don't go easy just because he's your client. If I see any sign that you are, I'll treat you to another cup of my special blend. You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Godot. I have faith in Ron. I know he didn't do it. Do you, though? Are you sure? Who is this suspicious shadow? There were 1,000 of me, and if even one knew, I'd tell you. Trust me. Dodging of all your questions is not helping us win his case. Okay then, how was the victim, Mr. Bullard, at that time? What do you mean by how was he? Was he already dead? Was he still alive? Maybe he was the one who hit you in the first place. That's a good question. What do you think, Mr. Wright? Forget it! What do you think? Thanks. Forehead? Yes, I was hit on the forehead as soon as I entered the room. It was an amazingly fast and powerful attack. Do you remember anything about who hit you? Well, like I said, it was a fast and powerful hit, so I think I was a little dazed for a while. I don't think Mr. DeLay even grasped what you were asking. Yeah, I'd like to show him a fast and powerful attack myself. Maybe that would knock some sense back into him. Wearing that. That? Could you please clarify what you're referring to? Why, my Master Mask costume, of course. Wait just a moment. Master Mask? Huh? Oh, did I forget to mention it before? Just to be on the safe side, I dressed as Master Mask. And then I descended upon the office of the CEO of KB Security. What? Nick, did you know about this? He never told me this. Don't recall him ever mentioning it to me either. I didn't know that. Seems our little friend really loves to keep secrets. I'm sorry, I just never had a chance to mention it up till now. Wait, that's not right. You know how sometimes things just slip me away? My 6th cup of coffee is staring up at me coldly. At any rate, we can't ignore this new piece of information. Witness, please correct your testimony. Why are you dressed up as Master Mask? Why, because I'm Master Mask, of course. What are you talking about? Master Mask's trial is being held next door. Ah, yes, I guess so. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was being blackmailed over the Master Mask issue. I thought I should go as him, just to be safe. Oh boy. Let me tell you, it's a real pain to move around with that cape. That's why it took a lot longer than I'd expect. A lot longer? What is it talking about? What do you mean by took a lot longer? Oh, opening the safe. Oh, we're just... Man, he just wants to be guilty, doesn't he? The cape got caught in the safe door, you see. It all happened when I was hiding Mr. Bullard's body. What was that? Back up a second. Man, this guy just wants jail time. Yes. You were the one that hid the body in the safe. Yes. I put the screw in the tuna. Well, yeah. Inconceivable! Why? What reason could you have had? What were you thinking? Question. When does someone toss their dirty shorts in the washing machine? What? The answer is simple. When they take them off. What? As usual, I have no idea what you're saying. Do you mean that Mr. DeLate hid the body because he's the murderer? So you're not as stupid as you look. The metaphor this time was really obscure. Mr. Wright, you don't mean you knew about this whole safe business, do you? Well, yes. Why am I the only one not in the loop here? Witness, make sure you add this to the testimony. Yes, sir. Uh-oh. Looks like a storm front is moving in over the Fairweather judge. Why did you hide the body in the safe anyway? Well, because it wouldn't fit in a Oh. Okay. 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 That's not exactly what I meant. When I saw that corpse, I kind of lost it. I thought, if they find this corpse, they'll think I did it. I think you had a simpler reason than that. It's because you killed him. That's why you spent 10 minutes hiding the body. Certainly makes more sense. Hold on. 10 minutes? What is it, Nick? Just had a thought. Under those circumstances, would you normally try to hide the body? And spend 10 whole minutes to do it? Under those circumstances? Oh, hey Nick. You think his behavior was so strange? Why don't you present some evidence that would show just what the circumstances were? That's it! I'll take a look at the court record and present some evidence. We heard this from Mr. Villette yesterday, didn't we? It's not much in this testimony either. But you're still hiding something, you know? Like, I know what I need to present, but I'm saving anyway because I'm tired of losing HP. Really tired of losing HP. Headache is good. Yeah. Ooh, it sure is a throbbing one. It sure is. Oh, hold on. I got this. There we go. Your Honor, could you please take a look at this record? And what might this be? The record for the emergency buzzer that connects the CEO's office to security. If the button in the office is pressed, a security team is supposed to come running. According to this record, the buzzer was pushed once at 1:02 a.m. What? Mr. Rondelite truly was the murderer. He would have ran as soon as that buzzer sounded. After all, the security guard would have been heading his way. Let's remember who we're dealing with here. You probably had no idea there were security personnel in the building. No, let's remember who we're dealing with here. He was the chief of security. There's no way he wouldn't have known about them. As it turns out, the guards never came. That was nothing more than a coincidence. That was just... It's just somebody buttsing it up, you know. The fact that the guard was a pathetic loser who had just gotten punched in the face by his ex's new boyfriend. That is so too much information. Like, the court doesn't need all that info. You just want to dunk on the man for wasting your time. And wasn't anywhere in the vicinity was not something Mr. Delight could have known. Again, remember who we're dealing with here. The sure bet that Mr. Delight didn't even notice the buzzer going off. This buzzer is extremely loud. There's no way he could have ignored something like that. If he had been conscious, that is. Conscious? What do you mean by that? The court needs this information. It's a nice warning now to hire butts. Fine. Let's hear your theory. Somehow they're going to hire him. You know what? I still think he'd make a better judge. I still think he'd make a better judge. Even knowing everything we know about Larry Butts, I think he'd make a better judge. Recall the defendant's testimony. The moment he entered the victim's office, someone attacked him. Mr. Delight said he felt dazed. I'm willing to wager that he was knocked unconscious for at least a few minutes. Conscious? So he fainted? That's why Mr. Delight didn't know that the buzzer had sounded. And that's why he thought he had time to hide the body. So what are you trying to say? Mr. Delight was knocked out and the buzzer went off soon after. Now, unless my client was able to hit the buzzer while he was unconscious, it can only mean that there was another person in that room. Right, whoever it was, they knocked out Ron Delight, then pressed the buzzer. Not guilty. Oh man, this chick could only be guilty of slaying my heart. And my wallet. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, this is...
Objection!
This is preposterous. It was his kid. Rhonda Light's the one who killed Kane Bullard. Then who pressed the buzzer? It was... the victim, of course. He pressed the buzzer when the defendant attacked him. He didn't die right away. He must have held on long enough to push that button. So Kane Bullard sounded the buzzer himself. What's your opinion on this, Mr. Wright? I need to prove that the real criminal was there at the scene, but how? Can I prove that it wasn't Kane Bullard who sounded the buzzer? Yeah, no fingerprints on it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it anyway. Evidence's opinion is this, Your Honor. This piece of evidence proves that it wasn't the victim who sounded the buzzer. The buzzer has no fingerprints on it. I believe this is the piece of incontrovertible evidence you were looking for. The emergency buzzer? Is there some kind of clue on it? Absolutely not. Hey, come on now. At least give some thought to what you say before opening your mouth. The fact that there are absolutely no clues is itself the clue. I'm the one who's clueless. This button has no fingerprints on it. Except for Maya's. Don't worry about that. It's the thing. Mr. Bullard had really pressed it himself. Naturally, he would have left his fingerprints behind. It's a good... Delight obviously wiped them off. How can you tell? The paper's fine. What part of it looks bad? Is it the ripped corner? It's just that I ripped it out of the notebook. Like, that's been ripped the whole time. It's fine. I mean, it's wrinkled. It's been placed under things and slapped a lot. It's fine. It's fine. Why would he? A guard could have come in at any moment. He touched that button. I know he did. The defendant, Mr. Delight, was dressed as Master Mask. And Master Mask always wears gloves. What reason could he possibly have had to wipe the button free of fingerprints? Order, order, order. It would seem I've been forced to eat crow. I wonder what bland number crow flavor coffee is. However, the real killer was there at the scene. Why would that person press the emergency buzzer? Shouldn't they have run away without putting themselves in extra danger? What's with this awkward silence all of a sudden? Looks like you're fresh out of parlor tricks. On to you, Nick. Give me a minute to collect my thoughts. The real culprit killed Mr. Bullard at around 1 a.m. And Mr. Delight just happened to waltz in when the murder was taking place, right? The killer clobbered Mr. Delight and then sounded the buzzer. Even though security was supposed to respond right away if the buzzer was pressed, security was supposed to respond. Time's up, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you have to say. Very well then. Oh, you've got some guts. I like that in an opponent. Why did the real killer sound the emergency buzzer? Call the security guard. The killer knew that if they pressed that button, a guard would come running. And that was exactly what they wanted. Do you mean to say the killer called the guard on purpose? Yes, although as it turned out, he never showed up. Guess he was getting his clock cleaned at the time. What a touching story. You're saying the killer had a change of heart and called the guard to turn himself in? No, I'm not. When that buzzer sounded, there were 3 people in that office. The victim, Kane Bullard, who was already dead. The defendant, Ron Delight, who was out cold. And the third person, the real killer. Hypothetically, yes. Now then, in this situation, if the real killer made an escape, what would happen? The only ones left in the room would be the victim and Ron Delight. And if any security guards came running in at that time, they would think that I was the murderer. Yes, that was precisely the real killer's objective. To frame Rhonda Light for the murder. Okay, order. It would seem... Do it again. I've been made to eat my words once again. Actually even made to do a spit take with a cup of coffee. Mr. Wright, who was it? Who was it that tried to frame me? Wait a second. I'm the one and only Master Mask. Nick, you mean the real killer is going to drag that person in here right now? But who is it? I don't have any solid proof yet, but think about it. There's only one other named person in this goddamn case. The killer knew Mr. Delight's identity. They also knew that he had been called to KB security that night. So the killer used him to execute a well-crafted plan to murder Kane Bullard. Now then, let's hear your accusation, Mr. Wright. Who was it that framed Mr. Rhonda Light for the murder of Kane Bullard? It could only possibly be... his wife! It's obviously her. Detective Luke Atme. He's the only one who could have done it. He's Detective Luke Atme? You mean Master Mask did it? Your Honor, the person being tried in that court next to us, it's not Master Mask at all. He is, in actuality, the true murderer of Kane Bullard. I know I spent all yesterday proving that he is indeed Master Mask, but he's actually not. Surprise. I kinda knew. Order! Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Theft and murder. Which is the more serious crime? Not even close. Murder is the more serious crime, of course. It's a capital crime subject to a capital punishment. Please remember the trial from yesterday, if you would. When Luke Atme confessed, there was a huge commotion in the courtroom. Of course, a famous detective was unmasked as well as Master Mask. Instead of being convicted of murder, he was found guilty of grand larceny. That was his true objective all along. To be found guilty. Master Mask had the perfect alibi for when the murder took place. He was stealing the urn at Lordley Taylor. In other words, being found guilty as Master Mask was Luke Atme's airtight, watertight, and unassailable alibi. Guilty verdict as an alibi. You know, it's almost time. For what? For Luke Atme's verdict. It's a pretty simple trial, after all. We're going to stop this trial and stall that one. We need to do it now. Of course. That's assuming you have proof that the detective was the one who committed the murder. Mr. Luke Atme's trial has indeed attracted the attention of the entire country. If we were to intrude and fail to provide the adequate proof, Mr. Delight would be left with no grounds for appeal. Am I really sure about this? I don't know. Am I? A bet's only good. Your life's the ante. Mr. Wright, I believe in you. Mr. Delight. So, please, I'm begging you. But my decision will determine the rest of your life. You can really risk your life like this? Phoenix. What was that? Don't stray, Phoenix. For your client, take the path of trust. That voice, it sounds like... Mia! Your Honor, the defense requests an immediate recess. That's your answer, huh? Very well. I've decided as well. This court will now take a 20-minute recess. Mr. Wright, when we return, please summon Mr. Luke Atme to the stand. Yes, Your Honor. October 14th, 11:58 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 5. Why is he still... Well, Sir Detective... I didn't expect to have to do his voice tonight. Sir Detective Atme! I have to say, Mr. Payne, you performed splendid. I don't remember what voice I gave him. Let's just go with it. It's fine. Oh no, Sir Detective Atney. You were the one who... That's not the judge. That's a different judge. I thought it was just clones of the same judge in every room. The only way we could possibly always get the same judge. I don't... feels wrong. Feels like looking into an alternate dimension where everything's just a little different. That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. This court finds the defendant, Luke Atney. Wait! Don't hand down your verdict yet, please! Well, well, Sir Lawyer, welcome to my courtroom. Who's this hoser, eh? Is this the Canadian judge? Why is the alternate reality judge Canadian? My name is Phoenix Wright, attorney at law, and I wish to file an accusation against this man, Luke Atney. Accusation? You accuse Master Mask? That man is not Master Mask. He's just a ruthless murderer. What? Well, to be continued. Hopefully means they fill a bit of our HP, because it's getting a little spicy in there. October 14th, 12:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby. It would have, as funny as it is to have a totally different Canadian judge, I think it would have actually have been funnier to have the same judge with like those like big nose mustache spectacles. Just a super obvious like fake disguise on the same judge somehow, and nobody questions it. No, like Phoenix just plays it straight, like it's a totally different person. Wait, sis, I could have sworn I heard Mia's voice. So then she's still alive inside your heart, Nicky boy. Oh, Mr. Light, is it true that Detective is the real killer? To be honest, we don't have any definite proof, but he's the only one who could have done it. But wasn't he at Lordly Taylor that night? Not to mention, we don't exactly know his motive. I mean, why would Detective Atney want to kill Kane Bullard? Oops, it's almost time. Better go back to the courtroom to find some solid proof. And it's gotta happen sooner rather than later. Good luck, Phoenix. Gonna need it. Gonna need a lot of it. Now, this courtroom is back in session. Mr. Luke Atney, please take the stand. Imagine holding that pose for the entire time you're on the stand. Well, well, how do you do, Sir Lawyer? I never would have thought to see you acting so recklessly. Couldn't let them hand down your verdict just yet. Ah, stupid nose. 1 second. Okay. Not one that would have given you your perfect alibi. An alibi by the name of Mask to Mask. I'm sorry, I'm afraid even the great Luke Atney has no idea what you mean. Of course, I've been in the next courtroom ever since 10 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid there's no way I could know what's been going on in here. You've been in the defendant's seat all day long, correct? Being tried as Mask to Mask. Indeed, it's truly child's play to fool the ignorant masses. Not only did the poor folks ask me to protect their valuables, they even gave me a generous reward upon returning their own property to them. Take this red diamond ring that sparkles upon my divine finger, for example. So you continue to insist that you are in fact Mask to Mask. Of course. Very well then, look at me. Let us begin with this simple question. On October 12th at 1 a.m., Kane Bullard was murdered. Where were you at that time? One without knowledge lacks even the knowledge that he should be ashamed of himself. But don't worry, I will not hold it against you, Sir Judge. Thanks? Right, Mr. Atme, the night of the murder, speak. We're all ears. As you wish, Sir Prosecutor. Stealing the urn is Mask to Mask, just as I announced I would. I had more than enough time to prepare. It was a pathetically easy job. A photograph contains no words, but in this case, one turned out to be my witness. The time at which the camera captured Mask to Mask was the same time as the murder. Yes, surprisingly so, almost as if designed that way. Seems the main point of discussion will be this photo of the crime scene. Everything else up until now was all part of his plan. There has to be a secret to this picture as well. Even the great Mask to Mask cannot be in two places at once. Now then, if you'll excuse me. I have a verdict to receive. Unfortunately, Mr. Atme, we still have to do your cross-examination. A fool is too foolish to know that he is a fool. Wow, he sounds vaguely like someone else. I think he's trying to say that you're full of it, Nick. The only thing that's full of it is his alibi. Well, I mean, somehow. So, this photograph is the proof, correct? Indeed it is. And the man in the photo is certainly wearing a mask. That is why I'm called Mask to Mask. But conveniently, that also means that there's no way to tell who this really is. What do you mean? Huh. Are you saying that this is not in fact Luke Atme? That it could be an accomplice dressed up as Mask to Mask to create an alibi? Oh, what an interesting idea. Are you saying that I, Lone Wolf Luke, had an accomplice? No? The only person who could have possibly been his accomplice would have been Adrian Andrews, and that doesn't make any sense at all. He's the only other person with the ability to get to that location at that time with no issues. And that makes no sense. Look at me, who was at KB Security during the murder. And the Mask to Mask in this picture has to be fake. And there really was an accomplice. But right now, I have no idea who it was. I don't have any idea right now either. Baseless objections are just what that guy wants. Gotta be another way, and I'm going to find it. Yeah. I believe Adrian Andrews hired you at one point. That's right. That was over 20 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. You sent the calling card to Lordly Taylor 10 days before the heist. That would mean you sent the card after you began your security watch, right? Indeed. There was no reason why I couldn't do both jobs at once. It was the perfect opportunity to steal my latest target. I see. You really are evil, aren't you? Yes, evil is what I am. Hey, Nick, isn't there something odd about this? Detective Atme was always proud of his ace detective skills, right? But if the urn was stolen from Lordly Taylor while he was the only one watching it, he'd have no way to maintain his perfect ace detective persona. You know, that's true. It is kind of odd. Series. I mean, I would like to. I do already have it. I already own the first game. I don't have Lost Judgment yet. Photograph oh yeah. So, by photograph you mean this piece of evidence here, is that correct? Indeed it is. That is it. The very thing that proves I committed the crime. Very thing. Proves you committed the crime. When you think about it, it's really odd. You said that almost as if you had this picture taken on purpose. He was simply caught by the very camera that he had set up. You know, I'll have days like that. Really? Really? We all have days where we go to try to steal something and get caught by the camera we set up? Indeed, it turned out that there was no such thing as a perfect crime. Life is truly an ironic thing, a sad blue melody. It's like I'd better gather more information for now. If he's truly the killer, there's got to be something phony in that photo. Attempts to murder. About the camera that took this photograph. Oh, come now. It's all too clear what you're thinking. Today, yesterday. Come on, yeah, it happens to all of us. You think I altered the timestamp on the photograph, don't you? Afraid that's impossible. The camera was set up by Lordly Taylor, and on top of that, it was Lordly Taylor's staff that printed the picture's data. Unfortunately for the defense, there's no way that picture could have been altered. Let's see. Looks like I'd better find something else that could be suspicious. So this alibi is false? It has to be. Or he couldn't have killed Mr. Bullard at the KB security. But I'm not really spotting anything unusual. There are two possibilities. Either the mask to mask in the photo is a fake, or the photo itself is. Okay. So we pretty much have to assume the photo isn't a fake, based off that last bit we had. It could be that we show that the box was covered in paint? Somewhere along the line? I don't know which thing to mention that at. Guess it could be that one. I'm gonna save, but like that seems like logically that seems like what I should do, but they also are kind of pointing me in the way of an accomplice. I just don't really know what about that yet. Yeah, this doesn't feel right. No, it's wrong. Okay, cool. There's really nobody on this list that could be his accomplice. Can't be Kane, can't be Godot. Larry's too stupid for it. Thanks, sir. I'll work on that. It's stupid, but I kind of feel like what happened is he took this photo. I mean, because she moved the statue over it on the day of. It was moved away the night of too. Part of me thinks, no, the door doesn't swing that way. Part of me thinks he took this photo early, taped it to like that door, and had somebody like come in at 1 a.m. So like the motion sensor would go off, and like the camera would take a picture of what the camera would have already seen on the door as it got pushed into the camera. But I don't think that's the way the door goes. It's still suspicious that that box doesn't have paint on it. I don't know what piece of evidence to show where. Even if that's true, and that still sounds like a bit of a stretch. Yes? You're implying that this picture is a fake? You bet I am. There's definitely something strange about this picture. I took a look around the basement warehouse that night before the theft took place. There's something in this photo that doesn't match my memory of that night. Oh, well, the statue was there, if we're talking about it happening that night. Very well, then let's hear what you have to say. I mean, I still think the box not having paint on it is a bit weird, but we'll go with there should be a statue there. The funny part is right here. Why, this is the blood stain. Ah, it's a Danganronpa reference. Ah, blood! Now the case is getting interesting. Not exactly. Stain is actually pink paint. Oh, just paint. And peach colored. What colored? Peaches are like peach colored. Not pink. From blood to peaches, the judge sure loves going on his wild tangents. The problem with this photograph is not the paint. The problem is when you consider the layout of the basement warehouse. It turns out that something that should be there is nowhere to be seen. Well, Mr. Wright, what is supposed to be in this picture instead of the paint stains? The supervisor of the treasure exhibit stated the following. Well, I myself was there the night the theft took place and saw the statue on that spot. If this picture was truly taken on that night, then the statue should have been there. But when I went there the day after the theft, that statue of the old bag was sitting in the corner. Perhaps it was somehow pushed there accidentally. Your Honor, the statue is slightly larger than yourself and quite heavy. It would take more than an accidental push to move it to that distance. In that case, can you prove it? Can you give us the rhyme and reason as to why that statue was moved that night? You're asking for evidence of something entirely different from what we're trying to prove. Ah! That statue was there at the time the crime happened. Well, can you prove that it was moved after? Like, ah! Can you do it, Nick? Never mind who moved it. The real question is, why did they move it? Oh no? I really don't. Well, Mr. Wright, I hope you're prepared for the answer. I'm not. Now then, who was the one that moved the golden statue on the night of the crime? It can only be... It could only be Miss Andrews. But I don't understand why. It doesn't make any sense. They captured it. Ooh. She's the only one that could have done it. But why? I don't get it. But she's the only one that could have. There's no one else who could have done it. Nope, that's not it. Cool. Gonna load that. Master Mask did. Nope. Oh, no, that was... Sorry. I wasn't even paying attention. We don't count that one. That wasn't... What? No. don't think he was meeting up there. That would, well... Guess he could have. Depends on where he was called to. He did get slapped. Screw it. But, no. I didn't think so. It's worth a try. He could have moved it afterwards. Yeah. Going to move the statues none other than look at me. Come now, Sir Lawyer. There you go again on one of your strange delusions. Right, what basis do you have for your strange delusions? It's very simple. The witness was the only one in the basement warehouse that night. It is indeed very simple. However, why would I want to move a heavy golden statue? Reason for moving the golden statue? Oh my god. I don't know. Well, Mr. Wright, what reason did the witness have to move that statue? Reason can be found here in this photograph. Look at me. You pretended to be Master Mask to create an alibi by showing you were at Lordly Taylor that night. This photograph contains a single fatal flaw. If the statue had been there, your lie would be exposed like cheap film at a drugstore. That's why you had to move the statue. A single fatal flaw? Interesting theory. Please enlighten us. Just where in this picture does the lie exist? What? Can't check anything else from here either. No. May come as a surprise to people. Yeah, right? This is like the first non-tutorial case. There's no way it's the same spot twice, but... this photo's somewhere around here. Yep. Cool. Loading. It is Master Mask! You're saying that this Master Mask is a fake? You know, I really wish you would start acting more responsibly. Huh? What are you talking about? Do you really think 17 cups of coffee over the course of a several-hour trial is a healthy and responsible way to treat your body? Shut up. The current question is, why was the golden statue moved? What possible connection could there be with Master Mask's identity? Oh, buggers. Face is buggers written all over it. It's a penalty for you. That's enough. Well... Cool. That wasn't it. Surprisingly. So it's not the stain, it's not Luke at me, or it's not Master Mask. Naturally, the lie in this photo is the timestamp. What do you mean? Yeah, I was thinking it's the only other thing I could think of. I'll tell you exactly what it's the only other notable feature of the photograph. So, yes, we're guessing, but it's educated guessing. London question, Luke at me went to the KB security and murdered Kane Bullet. Therefore, it's obvious. It would have been impossible for him to have been at Lordly Taylor at this time. He's sweating, good sign. What does that have to do with the statue being moved? Remember if you will, Your Honor. When was the statue placed besides the warehouse door? Well, the statue was taken down to the warehouse on the day of the crime. It was placed there in order to cover up the pain. Exactly. Luke Abney had already decided on the time when he was going to kill the victim. And so, in order to create an alibi for that time, he took this picture days before the murder took place. What the... Of course, the statue hadn't been brought down to the basement warehouse yet. Ah. So on the day of the crime, Mr. Atney must have been quite nervous. As nervous as a long-tailed cat in a rocking chair factory, so to what? Phoenix, you're losing it, man. Why? Because something that wasn't supposed to be there had been brought down and placed where it wasn't supposed to be. And that's why Luke at me had to move the statue in the night of the murder. Excuse me. He did it to make the room match the way the way it had been in his photo. What? Order. Mr. Hammy, is this true? One moment, Your Honor. Have you forgotten this? What's that? The data for the basement warehouse computer. According to this, the camera did indeed go off on the night of the crime. True that the camera had been set up by the Lordly Taylor staff. However, the program used to manage the data was yours. That alone would have allowed you to tamper with the data. Order. Mr. Godot, what is the meaning of... Why are you asking Mr... Delicious coffee. No, I warned you about making me wait. Now put that coffee down. My 11th cup. I promised to drink no more than 17 during a trial, which means I'm still good to the last drop. However, the defense is a good point. Good point? So what? We are all but travelers on a road of infinite points. I think he's got his points mixed up with his other points. So, you say this photograph was taken ahead of time, and that the statue was moved in order to make it match. It's a very interesting idea. However, there's one point that can't be denied, which is... it's only a possibility. Men that are trapped by the chains of maybe can never reach their dreams. That's very true. No, wait, don't fall for that, Your Honor. Hey, Mr. Damask? Yes. There's no funny business in your actions as Master Mask. There should be no problem with you telling us your strategy. So let's hear it. Yes, please provide this court with your testimony about your plan to steal the sacred urn. Received the request from Lordly Taylor about 20 days ago. The urn was placed in a box, and Zavari, it was then sent to the warehouse. Hence, I was actually unable to see the urn for myself until the day of the crime. I knew it was an extremely valuable treasure, so I sent my card 10 days beforehand. I then handled security by myself to ensure that my crime would go smoothly. At last, I held the urn in my hands for the first time at 1 a.m. on October 12th. That's pretty much all stuff we've heard before, isn't it? Yeah. We'll find the truth hidden in the nuggets of the new information he gave. Witness, you're sure there are no mistakes this time? Zavari. Very well then, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. Alright. You were asked to guard the urn by Miss Adrian Andrews, is that right? Indeed. It seemed that they had never heard of my Zavarkling reputation. See, Potts has been corrupted. And now also seeks the death of death. See, Miss Andrews is still attracting the weirdos. Good. Everyone must play it. It's really good. But, like, it has some balancing issues for sure. They need to make other gods besides a little more valuable. But it's also really fun, and the loot system has been a good time for me. Better watch out too, Maya. And for like $6, like, how can you go wrong? I think it's 6 and change, but whatever. You mean this box? Yes, that pathetic box. Lady Andrews was especially taken with that urn, and she wouldn't let anyone enter the storeroom, not even me. Huh. Interesting new tidbit. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see. So you're sure that you had never seen the urn before? Indeed. You may ask Lady Andrews to confirm for yourself. My security was focused entirely on the entrance to that warehouse. However, I, Luke Atme, let no information whatsoever slip through my fingers. So this is where we use the paint on the box, I assume, at some point? You mean this calling card? That's right. That is, without a doubt, my calling card. Guess Mr. Delight didn't make this after all. Of course, because Atme knew about the emblem. Making this card authentic would have been child's play for him. Then no one entered the basement warehouse. Unfortunately, there were many different treasures being taken there. Thus, for a period of approximately 5 days, people were indeed going in and out of the warehouse. And this is the photo that proves that, huh? Indeed. To be honest, even if a photo was taken, I didn't think it would matter terribly much. Hey, Nick, if this photo is a fake, Detective Atme might have stolen the urn whenever this was taken. True. You know, he's been saying that he never saw the urn until that night. If we can prove that he's lying there, we can wrap this up and put a bow on it. Take a good hard look at the court record. Not a lot to go on, is there? Various tracks. Took this photo well before the actual night of the crime. Never seen the urn before he stole it. Okay. Here's our proof. Oh, yeah, he calls it speckled. You help? Yeah. But now it's just a matter of which one we have to say it on. Probably that final one where he's like, I've never saw it before that date, but... I'm gonna go here, but it could be somewhere else, so that's why I saved. Definitely that, though. Mr. Atme, if you really are a Master Mask, then you also wrote this calling card, correct? But of course. Is there a problem with that calling card? Allow me to read a passage from the calling card that Master Mask had written. Take good care of the speckled urn. Now, the speckled here surely refers to this pink pattern on the sacred urn. Yes, that is true, but so what? Truth be told, there's no way that Master Mask could have known about this pattern. You mean, this pink spotted pattern on the urn is actually nothing more than paint stains. Excuse me. Paint stains? These stains did not appear until after the urn had been taken to Lordly Taylor. Not finding this joke to be very funny, Mr. Trite. The day that the sacred urn was taken to the warehouse, the urn was broken due to human error, or should I say, an error-prone human. And that's when the pink paint got on the urn. You can't be serious. And yet this calling card clearly mentions the paint pattern. Which means Detective Atme had seen this urn long before the crime ever took place. In fact, he saw it when this fake photo was taken. And because this photo is a fake, your alibi for the night of the murder no longer holds water. That's a line, huh? Witness, do you have anything to say for yourself? Did it. He's broken. Nick? I think it's still a little early for a victory pose. Huh? Damn it. How many coffees? It's so sad. No one has any conviction these days. Conviction, you say? Yesterday, we all decided unanimously that this man was Master Mask. And now we're calling him a murderer. Well, yeah, new evidence came to light. You don't think we're being a tad fickle? That's a good point. No way! Don't fall for that too, Your Honor. You say that Luke Atme was the one who killed Kane Bullard. And let me ask you this. Why would he do that? An excellent point. Motive, Mr. Wright, motive. Might you, my merry murderous motive, manifest? Nick, he's getting a second wind, and he's alliterating! You prepared an alibi and pinned his crime on Ron DeLite, as you say. He must have had a very strong motive for murder. The only one with any motive we've seen is Ron DeLite. Isn't that right, Detective? Indeed, according to my own research, the boy's motive is clear. Without a motive, it's nearly impossible to prove guilt in a murder case. Now then, maybe you can enlighten us as to what the defendant's motives were. I'd be honored to, Sir Old-Timer. They're doing everything they can to make Ron look suspicious. Despite our lack of hard information, this may be our only chance. Alright, motive for murder. Luke Atme had no points of contact with the victim whatsoever. Kane Bullard decided to investigate Master Mask and simply mistook who he was. It was Mr. Bullard who wrote the blackmail letter and sent it to Ron DeLite. And it was again Mr. Bullard who harbored a grudge against Mr. DeLite for his betrayal. Mr. Bullard's mistake is quite excusable. The defendant truly believes he is Master Mask. That is why Mr. DeLite thought fit to kill Kane Bullard. Truly a tragedy. So the victim, Kane Bullard, blackmailed the defendant. This is the blackmail letter found in the defendant's apartment. A handwriting test confirms that Mr. Bullard was indeed the one who wrote the letter. Okay, so that's a... What? Blackmail letter updated in the court record. Okay, so we know he wrote it. Good to know. Very well, Mr. Wright. Begin your cross-examination. I think the letter was meant for Luke. Like, it screams it was meant for Luke. I just don't know how it ended up. I don't know. Who in the world is going to prove that? I will. After doing a thorough background check of Detective Atme and Kane Bullard, we were unable to find any links between them. It's all in the report. Perhaps they were connected through their work? They were both involved in security. Nope. That was blunt. In any case, the only one with a motive was Mr. DeLite. Mistook? That's right, mistook, from the Old Norse mistaka, meaning to take in error. That wasn't what I meant. Just who did the victim mistake Master Mask to be? Why, the answer is obvious. Ron DeLite, of course. Boy, I'd like to wipe that smug look off this guy's face. Yeah, press him. We already saved, who cares? Why would the victim mistake the defendant for Master Mask? Don't you already know that? Zavari, take a look at this newspaper. Oh ho, that's the famous Tear of Manon, a magnificent jewel. That photo shows a magnificent detective as well, does it not? Furthermore, it also shows an ugly guard, namely the defendant. The defendant? The victim clearly misread this article, and Zavari, he got the wrong impression. The impression that this ugly security guard was in fact Master Mask. I see. That's an unusually reasonable deduction. I mean, this blackmail letter right here. It says bring $50,000. And the handwriting is without a doubt the victim's. There's no mistake. We have an official report to prove it. I mean, I'm not going to show you the report, but I'm going to tell you we do. I don't see an addressee in this letter anywhere. Addressee? This letter was discovered in Ron Delight's apartment, and Mr. Delight did show up at the designated place and time. The fact that there's no addressee is irrelevant. Wonder. What's up, Nick? Just had a thought. What if the blackmail letter wasn't meant for Mr. Delight? Yeah, no kidding. Whoa! Do you even have any evidence of that? For some reason, I just can't shake the feeling. There's something not quite right about this blackmail letter. Well, everyone, are you quite satisfied? We have to see all these through anyway. What do you mean by that? Oh my, I was certain you were already aware. Zavari. And Bullet had yet to forgive young Mr. Delight, which is why he sent him that letter upon mistakenly believing he was the thief. There's a file that we discovered in Mr. Bullard's office. Evidence that Mr. Bullard was receiving money through blackmail. However, isn't that a bit odd? Why did the defendant pay Mr. Bullard the money, even though he wasn't actually Master Mask? On that point, there was an unfortunate bit of chance. Do you really think that story is going to hold up? That assertion is not merely my own, I'm afraid. What do you mean? I have here a memo from Ron Delight's wife, Desiree Delight. Dude, come back. Ronnie thinks he's Master Mask. Don't you feel sorry for him? Please don't think too badly of him. Huh. Well, Mr. Wright? Is he trying to act like Miss Delight just now? I thought he was actually pretty convincing. That's just your imagination talking. Come now, Sir Lawyer. I'm afraid imagination isn't the right word for it. This is a deduction, the result of carefully applied reasoning. Can we hear that careful reasoning for ourselves? It's a long story, and better saved for another time. Very well, another time. So-called long stories aren't usually all that long. At least not in my experience. So you're going to try to connect Detective Atme to Mr. Bullard, right? Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah. No, wrong one, sorry. Present the letter? Mind if I ask you a few questions, Detective Atme? Well, if it's just a few, I guess it's alright. When you said that this letter was addressed to Ron Delight, I couldn't help but notice one major contradiction. Contradiction? I don't know where a walking contradiction like you gets off saying things like that. Ah, good song. Green Day, classic. Also a really fun video. You're one to talk. Times like these, men are made to express themselves with their fists. Why don't you show us what you've got there, Junior? Indeed, time to man up, Mr. Wright. What? Did you just tell us to punch the defendant? Show us the contradicting evidence on the content of the blackmail letter. I mean, it doesn't have an addressee. I don't think that's exactly what they're asking for. Nope, it's not. A little 2-1 punch like that wouldn't even faze me. I think you mean 1-2 punch. Mr. Wright, try thinking things through a little more. Okay. Alright. So what do we... Like, I get the concept that it's clearly tailored towards Luke. But how do we show that with evidence? Oh, damn it. Got to go to the right... I thought I'd saved it at the right spot. That's just me. That's just me being stupid. And we're definitely on the right track. It's just... How do you prove? Sent it to Ron Delight. Time to punch. Content in the blackmail letter. It might be Luke at me, because he's the one wearing the red jewel. It might be Ron Delight, because it just doesn't have his address on it. I get the concept of what we're doing here, I just don't know exactly what they want us... Screw it. Alright. This time we'll save a little closer to it. Because we're definitely on the right path. It's just a matter of what the game actually kind of wants from us. So weird to hear the judge say, "Time to man up, Mr. Wright." But okay. It could also have been... Nope. Okay, so it's not it's not either of the people. It could be this, but I don't know if that's the right time for it. It seems mildly appropriate, though. So I'm gonna try that one. Nope. Now I might have to just start guessing. I don't know. No. That's the mask? Would that be it? A real evil thing would have the right answer also start the same way. That would be the evil thing to do here. It's not the box. It's not paint marks. It's not the urn. I still thought it could have been that. It's not. Buzzer doesn't matter. The list could be related to that, but they already talked about the list. Still. Yeah, the true anti-saves come. not the buzzer. I don't think it's that. But I really have no other ideas, so screw it. Sure, okay. Take a good look at this newspaper clipping. It contains a picture of the Tear of Eminem. The stolen jewel. What about it? Problem is this jewel's color. Color? Not much for discussing color myself. According to the clipping, the color of the stolen jewel was blue. However, in the blackmail letter, a totally different jewel is mentioned. Okay, that checks out, but I just figured that we just assumed it was one in his stupid hand. I'll take that red diamond you received the other day. Red? Which means, the red diamond described in the blackmail letter, it's not the Tear of Eminem that Master Mask stole at all.
Objection.
And your point is, Mr. Wright? So you're trying to say that this blackmail letter was intended for someone else? That's what you're trying to say, right, Trey? That's what you're trying to say, right, Mr. Wright? Well, that's what you're trying to say, right, Nick? Yes. Of course. This is who Kane Bullard was actually blackmailing. Naturally, it was you, Detective Amy. You have some sort of basis for this claim. You've been personally involved in every single Master Mask case, and in the last case, you recovered what was stolen, and received a jewel as your reward. A jewel. Probably the one wrapped conspicuously around your finger. That red diamond ring. That is the diamond referred to in the letter, which means that Kane Bullard wrote that letter in order to blackmail you. Order in the court. Order, I say? It seems you've gone too far with your childish pranks, Mr. Trent. Uh-oh. I don't like the way he said that. Kane Bullard blackmailing Luke at me? Are you for real? Yes, I am. Nick, come on, stand up to him. Then answer me this. The blackmail letter contains the following passage. You don't want your identity revealed to the world. Yes, it certainly does. Kane Bullard threatened to make Luke Atmey's identity public knowledge. An identity he wanted to keep a secret. So just what was that identity? Just gonna save it again. His identity he wanted to keep secret. This is what it all comes down to, Nick. The identity that Luke Atmey wanted so desperately to keep secret was his identity as a blackmailer. Luke Atmey was a blackmailer.
Objection.
Now, isn't that a little different from what you've been saying? You said that Kane Bullard was the one blackmailing Luke Atmey. You're saying that Atmey was blackmailing someone else on top of that? You have to admit, that does sound a little odd. It's not odd. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atmey. But Ron DeLight was also being blackmailed by a certain someone. Detailed plans. In which case, that would mean that Ron DeLight was actually Master Mask. That's what we were claiming. Someone else came up with the plans and had Mr. DeLight steal his targets for him. And that someone was none other than Luke Atmey. Silence! Wow, that worked. Now I see, it's all becoming clear. But what is it? When you were in grade school, you received the same report card every year. Careless, with the tendency to jump to conclusions. Am I wrong? How did you... You say that I, Luke Atmey, was blackmailing Ron DeLight, in which case I would naturally know all about his relations to Master Mask. Well, yes. Ron DeLight started receiving plans from his second crime onward, correct? Which means I learned of his identity when he committed that first crime. Point? You certainly couldn't have blackmailed him otherwise. In that case, let's see some hot, bitter evidence. During the first crime, how did Luke Atme know that Rhonda Light was Master Mask? I don't know if we have a thing about it. Because he stashed his costume in the trash can and he found it. Maybe the newspaper's that one, but it could be this. No, I don't think it's that. It's gotta be... I think I see it. See what? When you were in grade school, you received this... Oh, no. This is not the right one, but I want to see what he says. He received the same report card every year. Gets into lots of mischief, trying to be the center of attention. What do you mean? Oh, good, it was the right one. I thought it was. I really did. But, like, I'm nervous. This newspaper clipping. There's a picture of you and Rhonda Light in his guard uniform. Seems that Master Mask didn't just disappear into thin air. He just took off his outfit and hid it in a bucket. That sounds far too stupid to be true. Correct. With tricks like that, he couldn't fool a baby, let alone an ace detective. And that's when you figured it out, Mr. Atme. That's when you learned that under his mask, Master Mask was really Rhonda Light. What the? Wasn't he supposed to be Master Mask? Not only that, it looks like he wasn't even an ace detective. Can't believe it. He was just a slimy blackmailer. What a fraud. Trying to pass himself off as an ace detective. How dare you expose me like that? Why, I mean, I've never blackmailed anyone in my life. I am a famous and proud ace detective, and I'm also Master Mask. Why can't you understand that? I'm afraid you are neither a proud thief nor an ace detective. You're a blackmailer and a murderer. That is your true identity. Why, you... How dare you even dare to imply that I, once as smart as me, couldn't front so slowly, that's why not doing anything with those big mouths of yours. I say none of you can compare to my genius. You're really jealous. Discard, Commandante, ace detective can't idle, blackmailer. I got like 5 of those words. It's enough to make one laugh. Damn, okay. It would seem we finally arrived at the real answer. That was quite a performance by Mr. Atme. Bailiff, please prepare yourself, Mr. Atme. Really? Go ahead. Says coffee number 18. We broke you. The hammer that strikes too fast. There's no time to aim. What do you mean? I'm already prepared to deliver my ruling. Allow me to say one thing. I won't be the one to You're not the judge, though! You don't get much more in your face than that. It appears that your claws weren't quite sharp enough, Mr. Trite. But what do you... It's true that you've proven a lot of things. Things like Luke Atme was a filthy blackmailer. And that he wasn't a lordly tailor the night of the murder. That's right. That's why he's the one who killed Mr. But... there's still one thing you have yet to prove. It's that. Just because he wasn't at the warehouse doesn't mean he was at the murder scene. Therefore, if you can't prove this pitiful excuse for a man was at KB security, then I don't see how a verdict can be delivered. Oh, no way! Come on. Damn it. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Wright, this is it. This is the final round. I don't know how to prove he was there yet, so that's fine. So, we've proven he wasn't where he claimed to be. We've proven that he set it up as an alibi to do another thing. And we've established motive. Gotta prove that Atme was at Mr. Bullett's office on that night. But, can you really prove that? It's long enough, Mr. Trite. I want your answer. That night, Luke Atme was at KB Security, and the defense... We have to say Ken, right? I don't know. We have to say Ken. The defense can prove it with evidence. Are you sure? Don't you worry, I'll watch over you as you break down and fall to pieces. Very well then, let's see this proof. Proof that look at me was like, I have no idea. At all. No clue. Not the box. Not paint marks. Not the urn. Not the testimony. Buzzer doesn't help us. That's really just... To me, that just shows that that's what he's being blackmailed for. No fingerprints. It's gotta be the sword. Gotta be the sword. Has to be. Is it not? Damn it! Really thought it was the sword, because the sword got dented, but it couldn't have been... Okay. Fine. Mr. Trade, time you learn the true flavor of life. Flavor of my special Godot blade number 49. Well, Mr. Wright, bitter. Very bitter. Damn it. Really thought it was the sword. Like, I actually, like, that wasn't guessing. I really thought it was the sword, because the sword definitely got dented. He claimed it was when he got struck in the forehead, which we now realize wasn't the case. That whole exchange he talked about didn't happen. Let's see what happens if I say I can't prove it. Does it just end it? I can't prove it. Just as I thought. But, if we hear more of Detective Atmey's testimony... Fortunately, that's as far as you go, Mr. Train. What do you mean? I won't allow for any more testimony. That's what I mean. What? That's not your decision to make! Have you forgotten? Luke Atmey is here after we interrupted his own trial. You have failed to prove that he committed the murder. We've succeeded in proving that he's not mask to mask. So we've solved that trial, actually. I think it's time for this witness to return to his own trial. Face his guilty verdict, but we just proved that he's not masked. Fucking mask. No. Oh, now, Sir Lawyer, it seems that love wins out in the end after all. I am the ace detective as well as Master Mask. We literally just proved that's not true. Just as Ron Delights will verify that he is the true murderer. I declare that with the full force of my ace detectiveness. I hate this man. Order in the court. That's enough deliberation over the witness. I think they're just going to make me fail. I can't believe this. At this rate, Ron is... Don't give up now, Nick. We still have tomorrow. We can look for more evidence, and by then it'll be too late. Huh? Why? Double jeopardy. One of the basic rules of any court of law. Double jeopardy. Should a defendant be tried and found innocent in court, that defendant cannot be tried again for the same crime. This is a fundamental rule of all courts, and it applies to this witness as much as it applies to anyone else. Mr. Atmey will be found guilty in a matter of minutes. Guilty as mask to mask, which means, again, we just proved that cannot be the... Which means he'll be innocent as far as the murder of Kane Bullard is concerned. No way! The fact that you were unable to prove Mr. Atmey's guilt of that crime here means that he will never again be tried as Kane Bullard's murderer. What? There's nothing I can possibly do to win. Even if Ron is proclaimed to be innocent, the real killer, Luke Atmey, will go free. We have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here tonight. As long as there's no more testimony, I'm afraid I have to declare that there will be no further questioning of this witness. Are there any objections? This is the worst ending than getting it wrong. And I hereby end the cross-examination of Luke Atmey. Or is it? I think I see it. Your Honor, when you were a child, this is what was on your report card every year. Has poor hearing and often makes mistakes as a result. How did you? Phoenix, raise your head up high. Have you forgotten what I used to tell you? I was like, there's no evidence. I looked at that list. The sword was the only thing that was like, And if it wasn't the sword, I had nothing. So I just was like, there's no evidence then. Lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. I was still pretty sure about the sword, though. Because it would make a lot of sense for him to, like... I guess it doesn't make sense for him to bring it, but it doesn't make any other sense. That's fine. Don't worry about it. It made sense to me, okay? Sure, it's weird for him to just take that out of nowhere, drive across town with it. Just don't worry about it. It's fine. That voice. No way. Long time no see, Phoenix. Oh. Mia! This is the true power of the Korean channeling technique. I know that it's really Maya who's standing before me. Right now, she's my mentor, Mia Fey. Now, I don't think I've struggled this hard on a, like, non-tutorial first case in any of the other two games. This is rough. This game's gonna be rough, ain't it? But there's nothing... Everyone was like, oh, the circus. The circus is gonna be... It's so hard. The circus is so evil. I slapped the circus silly. I made that circus just tell me everything it knew. Smooth sailing. No problems at the circus. But heckin' mask to mask over here. Mr. I wear a monocle, but it's actually a magnifying glass. Because fashion. Bad logic. But my logic is bad, so it's perfect. We were in sync. We were 1-to-1. We were perfectly. Me and the circus are drift compatible. Without any more testimony, I can't cross-examine. Not yet. The testimony's not over yet. What do you mean? Your Honor, just now you said something very interesting. You have cross-examined every statement the witness has made here today. Yes, that's true, but unfortunately, Your Honor, you're forgetting something. Earlier, after the last cross-examination, this witness made a number of remarks. Oh, no, sir. Since it was highly instantaneous, as well as master mass, we verify that. This is rendered out, so verify. He is the true matter. Yes, but these comments appear to have no importance whatsoever. Very well, then we shall prove their importance via cross-examination. At any rate, as long as the witness has made these remarks, we, the defense, assert our right to question them. Is that all right with you, prosecutor? Is something the matter, Mr. Godot? I have to poop so incredibly badly. Nothing! Oh, Sir Lawyer, looks like you're one step too late. If you think such falsehoods would do anything to me, look at... Let's hear it. Huh? It's true that the witness made some remarks. So then, let's hear this last bit of cross-examination. Mr. Godot, what are you? Very well then, Mr. Look at me. I'm going to allow the defense to cross-examine your earlier remarks. The defense would like to hear why you declared the defendant to be the true murderer. So please, give us one last bit of testimony. Phoenix, this is it. This is our absolute last chance. Yes, Chief? The last testimony. Alright. Saving regardless. Every once in a while they like to pull a, well, you pressed on the wrong thing, take damage. Indeed, it is true that I was not at Lordly Taylor. Relieved to see about another vitally important job request. I had known about the date beforehand, so I had this photograph readied. My brilliant deduction was what informed me that the true culprit was Ron Delight, and thanks to the keycard and wallet, it was abundantly clear that he was there. I was also able to make deduction from the buzzer, which only sounded once. The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? The victim would have left prints if he sounded it, which means the killer sounded it. Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit, which is why he left no prints. And the blackmail letter, the victim likely just mistook the color of the jewel. Sorry. Therefore, all the evidence points to that poor boy. That's so much to press through. Testimony actually seems to hold up pretty well. Witness's earlier remarks do not appear to have been hastily prepared. All of his points have been explained, and none of them seem to contradict anything. But of course. But how did he know about the emergency buzzer? The police investigation documents went directly through me. They always look over all the documents. It's elementary, Sir Lawyer. You're going to make even more trouble for us now, Sir Lawyer? I will not allow any of your usual shenanigans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. We cannot postpone Luke Atmey's trial any longer. This is your last chance. Hang on a sec. Just one chance? Seems that the party is about to begin. Well, Phoenix, there isn't any evidence that contradicts with that testimony. So it would seem. What do you mean, so it would seem? Listen, Phoenix, pointing out contradictions doesn't always mean you have to present evidence, does it? At any rate, this is our last chance. You can't point out a case-breaking contradiction, you lose. That's all there is to it. Cup number 17, the last cup. Seems like the time has come to put an end to this trial. I find a fatal contradiction in this testimony, and I need to point it out without presenting evidence. Means all I can do is find the contradictory remark and press it. Remember, you only get one chance. Yeah, I get it, one chance. So that's what we're going to say. Well then, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. So I assume we only get one chance to press? So I'm going to save. He was not at Lord Taylor, correct. You deceive a lie, but there's no way we can prove that, I guess. Date beforehand, so this photograph readied. Yeah. Why would he ready a photograph to... whatever. How would he know? Like, does he know because now we know? But I think we all just found out that he was wearing it today. He couldn't have known ahead of time. That's the one that seems the most suspicious. Let's see. Mr. Atmey, about this last... No, that doesn't sound right. Yeah. Still don't get it, do you, Trent? This isn't the time to be pressing the witness on every little statement. I'm afraid you're the one who still doesn't get it, Mr. Goodell. What? Mr. Atmey, it seems you have finally admitted that you were in the CEO's office on the night of the murder. Oh, because that came to light before he was even in the room. And none of us knew. That was one of those things that, like, nobody knew. How can you say that? Let's review your testimony. Oh, that fake out. They made it sound like I got it wrong. Shall we, Mr. Atmey? The button did not have any fingerprints on it. Why? Mr. Delight was wearing his mask-to-mask outfit. Is that correct? Indeed, that is what I said. My deductions are absolutely foolproof. More like your deductions prove that you're a fool. Get him, Phoenix. I'm sorry. Whatever do you mean? For some reason, I'm starting to get really thirsty. Damn it, I've been using the little Hearthstone as like squeezy. I gotta keep putting it down every time I gotta slap the paper. When exactly did we learn that fact? Ron Delight was dressed as Mask to Mask when he went to the scene of the crime. That was, it was just a few hours ago, when my sixth cup was looking at me with a cold stare. I just never had a chance to mention it before. That's right, the defendant had yet to tell anyone else this fact before this morning. Therefore, the only people who should know this are those who have been watching this trial. Do you understand now, Detective Atmey? There's no way that you should have known about that. You were in the next courtroom, being tried as Mask to Mask. So then, enlighten us. Just how did you know about that piece of information? Well... Come on, this detective must have known about it. You probably had plenty of chances to find out beforehand. And it's those chances that I want to discuss next. That night, Mr. Delight was wearing his Master Mask outfit. There's one and only one way for Detective Atme to have found that out. Only one way, you say. Please recall, if you will, Mr. Delight's testimony. Suspicious. For a second, my client witnessed the real killer. But Mr. Delight never saw his attacker, so there's no way to tell whether or not the real killer was Luke Atme. It's with that statement that I'll turn this case on its head. Just what are you implying? Mr. Delight saw the real killer, correct? Now, if you turn that statement around, it stands to reason that the real killer also had seen Ron Delight. Impossible. I mean, that silhouette could have been anybody, let's be honest. It's so vague. Detective Atme, you saw Master Mask at the murder scene that night. You saw him when you killed Kane Bullard and assaulted Ron Delight. Also, hey, Mitch, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing tonight? That's the only way you could have known what Ron was wearing. Oh. That's the sound of all the coffee threatening to burst out of him. Damn. You got some rumbly tumblies there. Take a good look, everyone. Unable to find a rival worthy of my genius, I was forced to create one by myself. Here I am, the tragic clown. We've heard this before, haven't we? That's the same line you gave yesterday. But I think there's a little more meaning behind it this time. Oh, man. Good. Screw him. Also screw Goodell. What an awfully complicated incident. Kane Bullard was blackmailing Luke Atme, who was in turn blackmailing Ron Delight. And upon killing his blackmailer, Luke Atme tried to frame Ron Delight. He then claimed to be guilty as Master Mask in order to escape his true crime. And to that end, he came up with this plan. He used the double jeopardy rule in making his alibi. At any rate, it would seem we finally found the truth. Excuse me. I came perilously close to besmirching the record of an innocent young man, but smirching him with the title of murderer. Don't ignore me. Oh, I didn't realize you were there. Why wouldn't he be? About the verdict. I know, you never committed any murder. Excuse me. That's right, I'm so glad you understand that, but I, really am Master Mask. Huh? So, thanks to that trial yesterday, I'm innocent now, right? What was it you said? Double jeopardy? Now that you mention it, I'm careless. Careless? What do you think, Mia? As the defendant says, the rule of double jeopardy is absolute. Defendant can never be tried twice for a crime which he was once found innocent. So, we successfully and accurately got him off of a guilty verdict as a murderer. But he's absolutely a thief, and we kinda am letting him run around buck wild. It's just fine. At least he didn't kill anyone, I guess. And Master Mask is really innocent? Seems, well, legally, yes, but, you know, it would seem so, for now. For now. Now then, this court finds the defendant not guilty. Yay! Boy, this is really lucky. Wait, this isn't so good after all. You see, the thing is, I still am Master Mask after all. October 14th, 3:35 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. You did it, Phoenix. Thanks, boobies. I mean, Mia. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Yeah, it's because Maya doesn't call on me much these days. Oh? Just joking, Phoenix. Don't take everything so seriously. But on the other hand, Maya, she seems kind of torn these days. You mean about becoming the master of the Korean channeling school? Being the master means saying goodbye to our mother. Misty Faye, right? Watch over her, will you, Phoenix? Of course. Well then, see you around. Mia. Well, Mr. Wright. I don't know what to say. Congratulations, Mr. Delight. Thank you so much. No, wait. Nothing really matters anymore, though, now that all this has happened. Come on, just be happy already! Maya, you've been cleared of the murder charges and got off as Master boot. But in exchange, I lost everything. Huh? What do you mean? Stealing security information from KB Security, becoming Master Mask. I did it all for one reason, for her. You mean your wife, Desiree? She hates criminals more than anything. Come to think of it, she was once held hostage by some robbers, wasn't she? She always said how she hated sneaky criminals. Then you did this to yourself. This was just inevitable. Deal with the consequences of your own actions. I knew that. But, no but, you knew that. You didn't hide that fact. Once I got fired from KB Security and lost all the money I had, she wouldn't have had any reason to stay with me. I thought she would leave me for sure, so that's why he became Master Mask. Yes, but it's all over now. Broken Bowl can never be put back together. Well, that's not true, right, Nick? I mean, we've proven that with an urn. Right. But really? Can we go back to the way things were? Probably not, but you should talk to your wife. You'll be fine, and Nick can prove it. I can. I kind of wish you would check with me first. Mr. Light, even if a bowl is broken, there's always a way to put it back together. And the only thing we have that's been put back together is... Sacred Urn. Desi was the one who found this. Desiree, your wife. It's all we believed in you, Ron. That's why you'll be fine. You don't have to worry about anything. Oh, there you are. Mr. Light. You did it, Ronnie. You're innocent. I'm so happy. Thank you. I appreciate that, but, I suppose you don't want anything more to do with me, do you? Ronnie, why don't you talk to me about what was going on? Communication, folks. Number 1. Talk. I had no idea you'd quit KB Security. Never imagined that you were really Master Mask, either. Mr. Light, what are you going to do now that you know? You're not going to really leave him, are you? Come on, it's obvious, isn't it? How could I ever let a wonderful man like him get away? After all, my bike's really fast. So fast that there's no way he could ever get away. But didn't you say you hated criminals? Oh, I only hate people who act all cowardly and sneaky, like that detective. I see. Why, Ronnie went and declared his crimes before he committed them, like a man. I just love a man who shows chivalrous. Chivalrous? I knew I was right about you. Every day I spend with you is filled with thrills and excitement. Desi. Desiree, you really do love Ron, don't you? Yeah, why is everyone so shocked by that fact? Two people can really love each other and be slightly different people. It's really okay to not only be attracted to a clone of yourself. It's totally fine. Why is that so weird? Nicky boy, yes? I'm really glad I asked you to defend my Ronnie. Thank you so much. I'll never forget what you've done for us. Oh, well, take care of yourself. You too, Nicky boy. Cool. I can feel my face getting red. Mr. Nick, Mystic Maya, congratulations. Gasp. Talk about bad timing. Mr. Nick, how could you with another man's wife in front of Mystic Maya? I'll never forgive you. Never, ever. So just as the case came to a close, so too did my consciousness.
He might actually be dead.
Ron said a broken bowl can never be put back together, but I know that's not true. I mean, just look. It's a perfect example of one that's been put back together even better than before. Sees him just blushing at the sight of another woman and just slaps the ever-loving crap out of him. That is what we call a problematic shipper. It's fine to ship whatever you want, but when somebody disagrees with that ship and you slap them into unconsciousness, there's a problem. Brand new episode has been added, which we will start next week. Oh, that was way too rough for a first case. I am in for some trouble in this game, and it's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Ooh, all right. I shouldn't see any problem with doing this next week. Wednesday, Thursday, I'm off. I feel it's safe to say Monday, Yakuza. I don't know. I should do a Jackbox at some point because I know that's tradition, but I don't know. Just not feeling it. Maybe we'll do it for like Christmas. Maybe Tuesday we'll do like a movie night or something. Not that I can think of any like Thanksgiving movies. I mean, there's Thanksgiving, which I've never seen, but I don't know if I have access to that somewhere. I don't know. Maybe Mystery Men. I've got Keenan and Kel on the brain because Good Burger, and Kel's in Mystery Men, which I have stated repeatedly is a movie I really like and should show in the Discord. Maybe we can finish Bakano. That's true. We only had a few episodes left. We could finish Bakano and then watch a movie, honestly, and still have it come in under. Oh, she OVA for Cash Out. I mean, I guess we could. Finishing Bakano seems a strong thing because we only had what 2-3 episodes max left. So even if we did that and then watched a movie, we'd have time for all of that, and still be under our normal stream time. So I think that's a decent idea. Finish Bakano, then either Mystery Men, or we could watch another anime out there. Like I know Chaos Head and Chaos Child have been ones we've threatened to watch, I suppose. Threatened is probably the best way to put it. Could force you guys to watch Keijo. With a huge asterisk in the Discord. I don't know. Finishing Bakano sounds like a good idea, and then going from there with either a movie or Chaos or something like that.
Sitting behind the desk.
Seems like a strong plan for Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday will be off. Friday will come back with.
Your body is definitely well balanced.
Yeah, that's the first episode. I should know. I've seen it like over a dozen times. The sheer amount of times I've shown that first episode to people is rivaled only by the sheer number of times Calico and Afro have shown that episode to people, which is higher than mine. Technically, not technically, but like, yes, it is higher than mine. I know I've stated it before. I unironically love that show. I really think it's entertaining. I definitely don't know if it's Ramen's cup of tea because it definitely leans much farther into the like hype shonen moments than it does like character building. But I like it a lot. We'll see. Definitely finishing up Bakano is a good call. We never did finish that, and I would like to. So that's a definitely good decision. And we'll play it from there. Yeah. But yeah, that's the loose plan going forward. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper S of Viperland, solving cases, in giant air quotes, solving cases. And yeah, having a good time. Obviously, thank you everybody tuning in, watching, having fun. Hopefully, we've got a monster, a quad, a Discord. And I was hoping to get Godot. I did add Godot to the objection. He is in there. Oh, hey, it's Keijo. No, Keijo doesn't go too far in that direction, thankfully. We've definitely watched worse, and worse was reviewers. 100%. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. This has been Viper S of Viperland. I'll see you all next time.
Yeah.